meeting on April 25th, 2003. I would like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call?
Yes, Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Excused?
Here virtually.
Oh, yay. Welcome, Commissioner Green.
Commissioner
Thank you very
Camilo
much.
Bustamante.
Thank you for allowing me.
Chair Anna Hansen.
Present. Next, we will go to the Pledge of Allegiance, the State Pledge, the Land Acknowledgement, and moment of reflection. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the sea symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Commissioner Bustamante? We have a moment of reflection. First we'll have Nancy Tosca from Community Service Department. Welcome.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community. We take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Also, I want to acknowledge that this county building in Santa Fe County is on the original homeland of the Tewa people, who is known as Ogapoge Owenge, the White Shell Watering Place. Thank you, everybody. Next, we will move on. Please have a seat. We'll move on to approval of the agenda. We're at G, approval of agenda. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Our initial agenda for today's meeting was posted on Tuesday, April 18th, and the amended agenda for today's meeting was posted on Friday, April 21st at approximately 7:12 p.m., which is greater than 72 hours prior to today's meeting in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. First, we had packet material that was added with regard to presentation 8C. We also added item numbers 4 and 5 to matters from the county attorney, though I would note that we do not have need to discuss item 2 that is listed on executive session. So again, we added items 4 and 5 to the executive session agenda for today's meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Green. Next, we will go to years of service, retirement, and new hire recognitions. County Manager's Office, Greg Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We wanted to recognize several employees who are observing in the month of April significant anniversaries with the county, specifically 5, 10, and 15-year anniversaries. Those who have been with us for 5 years include Ian Donnelly in our senior programs, Everett Lovato in open space, Alexis Rodriguez Gonzalez in risk management, Joseph Senna in our adult correctional facility, Dominic Cisneros in building and development review, and Gary Clavio in our planning department, and Thomas Wells with the sheriff's department. We have 2 employees who are observing their 10-year anniversaries. That is Isaac Romero in building services, and Michael Sanchez, also in our sheriff's department. And then finally, we have 2 individuals who have been with us for 15 years, Les Francisco in our solid waste operations, and Joel Quintana also in our adult correction facility. So we want to thank those dedicated county employees for their years of service with the county. And on the other end of the spectrum, we also want to recognize the 15 new hires that came aboard our team or joined our team in March of 2023. They include Vicente Duran, Michael Killebrew, Dominic Layden, Antonio Medina, and Samantha Solis, all with our corrections department, 4 detention officers and a registered nurse. And in the assessor department, Adriana Portillo. In the county manager's department, Benjamin Ortiz. And in the treasurer's department, Clinton Jones. Joining our public works department team was Arturo Sandoval, and we had another corrections officer, Victoria Hannon, again, who also joined our team as a detention officer. 2 additional employees in the county manager's office, a desktop support specialist, Joseph DeGarro, and a procurement specialist senior, Jack Love. In our fire department, Crystal Hernandez joined our team as an administrative assistant, and Sonia Otero also joined our team as an administrative assistant in the Health and Human Services or Community Services Department. And then finally, Angela Shackle Bordega joined our team as a senior planner with the Land Use Department. So again, please join me in welcoming our new employees, as well as recognizing the continued service of those who are celebrating significant milestones with the county.
Thank you, Manager. I want to recognize everyone who has been an employee here and all the people in the audience who have served Santa Fe County. Without you, we are nothing. You are the most important part of Santa Fe County. So I want to thank every single one of you, the people who had the 5-year milestone, but also all the new hires and everyone sitting here, whether you've had 1 year or 15 or 20 years, we're grateful for your service to the county. So next we'll go on to Santa Fe County Employee of the Quarter, First Quarter 2023 Award, Manager Greg Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We had 2 individuals nominated for the overall Employee of the Quarter Award. First, from the elected office group, Jennifer Romero, the operations manager for the assessor's office, was nominated. The nomination comments included that Jennifer has played a major role in the transition for the new assessor and deputy assessor. She has led numerous projects and assignments, which she has taken on with skill, poise, and with a positive attitude. Jennifer consistently displays dedication to the assessor's office, ensuring that all staff inquiries such as trainings and travel are completed. She is consistently going above and beyond her typical task to provide communication needed for the assessor or deputy assessor. So again, congratulations to Jennifer Romero for being put forward as the employee of the quarter for the elected office group. In the Public Works group, Mr. Eric Saunders was nominated for the Employee or Countywide Employee of the Quarter Award. Mr. Saunders was nominated for a significant contribution to the Public Works building. He works diligently to ensure the building is extra clean, ensuring details such as office area floors and trash bins, windows, restrooms, and supplies are cleaned and stocked consistently. The cleanliness of the building is very important to both internal and external customers, and many staff have noticed the difference in his detailed work. Although new to the team, he has become a great mentor to other staff. His work ethic and positive and professional attitude are greatly appreciated. So at this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Romero and Mr. Saunders to come forward if you're present. And both Ms. Romero and Mr. Saunders will receive a certificate recognizing that they were the Employee of the Quarter for their respective group, and both will receive 2 hours of administrative leave. So I have here both of those. And before announcing the countywide Employee of the Quarter, I'd offer them the mic if there's anything that they'd like to say about their respective duties and the teams that they're representing.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, County Manager Schaefer, I just want to say thank you for being nominated to Isaiah and Ivan, our newly elected assessor and deputy chief. It's a blessing to be a part of the office of the Santa Fe County Assessor, and I'm truly thankful to be a part of Santa Fe County. I love my job, and I think it shows, in our office, and without our staff collectively coming together and our team, I truly wouldn't, be able to even probably be considered. I think it's a collective effort from all of us, and without them, I don't know what I would do. So I'm extremely thankful and humbled and honored. Thank you again.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Hello. I'm not a very good public speaker, but I'd like to thank my bosses and everybody that works in the public works. Everybody's super friendly there. It's actually makes life a lot easier to work there. And I want to thank you for nominating me. But again, everybody I work with it's a joy to work there. So it makes a big difference. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
And so I'd like to congratulate Eric Saunders, who was selected as the countywide Employee of the Quarter, and he will receive 8 hours of administrative leave, as well as the Employee of the Quarter award and certificate from the County Manager's Office. So thank you very much, and I think we'll have a photo opportunity for both nominees, as well as again, we'll provide Mr. Saunders with the plaque so that can be included in the photo. Thank you.
Eric and Jennifer, I think you both have to come back up here. Thank you. I also want to recognize that we have the assessor in the room before he leaves. Good to see you. And I believe we have another elected official, Treasurer Manzanares here. Yes? Okay. And are there any other elected officials? I know, of course, that the county clerk is in the room. But I just wanted to recognize you both for being here, and thank you for coming, Assessor.
So, Madam Chair, moving on to recognition of employees for awards, accreditations, recognitions, and other accomplishments. It was brought to my attention that when we recognized the senior services team at our last meeting in March of 2023, we neglected, I believe, to provide Ms. Anna War with a certificate recognizing her service during the COVID pandemic. And we wanted to correct that, and in the process, Director O'Connor asked if she could also acknowledge the fact that Anna is retiring, and this is her last week with the county. We don't ordinarily do individual retirement recognitions, but given those confluence events, I told Rachel that we could go ahead and do so. So I'll turn it over to her. Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager Schaefer. Madam Chair, members of the commission, as the county manager has said, this item relates to the retirement of our Senior Services Director, Anna War, who's much beloved by us at the Community Services Department and by the larger county. So Anna really came into our lives in 2012 when I met her where she interviewed with the position. But I really paid attention to Anna as a potential candidate for the county when she was working for the Human Services Department. And she worked in collaboration with the county on a program called Soul Community Provider. And we were at a meeting, and she corrected me several times in the meeting. And I said, I really would like for her to come work for us because she's one of the brightest, most energetic faces that I saw during that time period that was working with the state and who was working with the county. So when the Community Services Department had a position open, I called Anna and asked her if she would be willing to come over and interview for the position. That was in 2014. And Anna did come interview and accepted the position and became the Community Services Department's first Community Operations Director. She served in that position from 2014 until 2019. And in overseeing the Community Operations Division, she oversaw a lot of programs that you're familiar with, including our community center, the Pewaukee ball fields, our satellite offices, our county fair. And we had just created that division, so it really needed a lot of organization, and Anna was successful in doing that. And I want to acknowledge sort of her participation in starting what is now the Stanley Cyclone Center. We both were tasked with that in collaboration with the Public Works Department. We were terrified. We had never participated in building an equestrian facility before, and Anna stepped up to the plate, and it is the successful program that it is in Edgewood today. In 2019, we merged together Community Operations and the Senior Services Program, and Anna was offered and accepted the director of the Senior Services Program for Santa Fe County. She has served for the last 4 years as director of Senior Services. It is not an easy program to manage, as all of you know. It requires incredible commitment, energy, tenacity, patience, And Anna has all these qualities, and they're the many qualities that I've liked about her in her service to CSD and to the county. I want to recognize Anna specifically for a couple things. One is the Stanley Cyclone Center, which really was not an easy project for us. And as Anna said, she's learned more about construction over her time here than she ever thought she would be. And the other thing is for the service that was provided during the pandemic to seniors in our community. Our home-delivered meal numbers increased significantly during the time period that COVID-19 was in our lives, and it required a lot of energy from Anna, from the CSD staff, and from the senior services staff to make sure that people who were generally getting congregate meals got meals at home through the home-delivered service. I personally am really going to miss Anna. I'm used to talking to Anna every morning. And Anna and I have been through a lot over the 8 years that we've worked together, including a pandemic and multiple other ups and downs. And so on behalf of both myself and our colleagues at the Community Services Department, I want to say thank you for being part of our team. And I'd like to personally say thank you for being there for the great times and also through the hard times, and that your service is greatly appreciated. So at this time, I'd like to present Anna with a plaque. It says, "To Anna War, in gratitude for her service and commitment to Santa Fe County." And this is from all of us at the Community Services Department and the Senior Services Program.
Yay.
You guys are going to make me talk. So how do I follow that? I just want to say, you know, I came over to the county during a sort of a transition in my life. And I work with a very special group of individuals at the Community Services Department led by Rachel, but also the team that I have. I came on to a division of, when I started with community operations, I was a division of two people. It was me and it was Gina Montoya. And Gina had a little history at Santa Fe County and gave me the back history, and it was, you know, she's been by my side ever since, and she's in the senior services now. And my senior services team is a great team. You know, I think I told you all when we acknowledged them that we're all like one big family. We're siblings that sometimes fight. But at the end of the day, we pull it all together to serve the population that we serve. In my experience in state government, you know, I worked for the Human Services Department, but I couldn't tell you other people within the department. I knew some. With Santa Fe County, I realized just this last week, I have literally worked with every department here at Santa Fe County. I've worked with RECC when they help us do welfare checks on our seniors, to working with emergency management on vaccinations, to working with Public Works on county fair and the maintenance and, you know, cleaning of our facilities. I have worked with finance, all the county manager's office, purchasing, and I even realized I got for a brief little time to work with corrections. So I leave here. Really, it's a bittersweet week for me. I am happy to start this new journey in my life. I'm going to be spending a lot more time with my family, and they don't always get that from me, but I really truly will miss the team at Santa Fe County, not just my department and my division, but all of you. I think all of this team makes Santa Fe County great, and we do wonderful things for this county and for the constituents that live here. And I thank you for that, and for all of you being part of my journey.
Thank you, Anna. We also have a certificate of appreciation for you, but in my 6 years here working with you, it has been really rewarding, and I have learned a lot from you and all the projects and things that you have done over that time. I mean, the county fair is a big undertaking, and you have done a masterful job. And so I know we're going to miss you. I know it's going to be hard for everyone in the community service department. It's going to be hard for people at the county who are used to working with you. But we wish you all the best in retirement, and that it is fulfilling and filled with joy and happiness. Commissioners, anybody else?
Yeah, sure.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Well, but I think they've said it all. The chair said it perfectly. You've made an incredible contribution, but you made it easy for us too, and it was really just wonderful working with you and seeing you on Facebook and knowing all the wonderful community things you took care of and the people you took care of. So you've made quite an impact, and who can say anything better?
Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, and I think everybody else said all the things that could be said, but I'll just add that I agree with all of that, and I've certainly enjoyed working with you the past couple years that I've been on the commission, and your dedication to our seniors is really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Bustamante?
Anna, I have to thank you as both a county commissioner and as your former teacher. I'm so proud of you. And, a lot of people now say, and I appreciate you, or appreciate you. I can honestly say sincerely, I really appreciate you. So thank you so much for all that you've done, because I know you'll continue to make a difference in our community. I just think you'll do it in a different way. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. So I'm hoping we're going to take a picture.
And one more thing.
Oh, yes, of course.
I don't know, we're going to be very sad with one less Anna.
I know. We have lots of Annas.
I think from above, they even agree. So I think would like to take a picture with you and Rachel and the four of us. Commissioner Green, would you like to say anything?
Thank you, Anna. Good luck with your future, and we'll miss you. And one less Anna definitely does. There will be a void. It was great to see you up in Espanola on a few occasions, and I really appreciate what you've done for the seniors. And I look forward to hearing where you land after this. So, congratulations.
Thank you.
So thank you. And so now we'll take a photo, and you can bring your pretty plaque up with you. So next, thank you everybody for being here, and all the staff. I appreciate you being here to support Anna on this special day. Next, we're going to go to the Board of Finance meeting. The Board of County Commissioners will temporarily recess and convene as the Board of Finance. Could I please have a motion to go into recess? And
Madam Chair, I move we go into recess so that we can reconvene as the Board of Finance.
do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Green?
Aye.
The motion was made by Commissioner Hamilton, second by Commissioner Hughes. And I will now call to order and invite Treasurer Manzanares and Deputy Treasurer Pat Varela up, and we will call this meeting to order. May I please have a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Yeah, I'm here. Did you call me or the chair?
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's why I wasn't sure. My bad.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green?
Here.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante?
Present?
And Chair Anna Hansen.
Present. Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda for the Board of Finance.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes and a second from Commissioner Hamilton to approve the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Are you opposed or are you for, Commissioner Green?
I am for it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So now we will go to County Treasurer 2023 first half of the year report. County Treasurer Jennifer Manzanares. Welcome. It's great to see you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner, Madam Chair and Commissioners, Mr. County Manager Schaefer, Attorney Schaefer, and everyone in the room. So we'll begin our Santa Fe County Treasurer's update by talking about the rising Fed fund rates. And excuse me, allergies, I've done a number on quite a few of us this season already. We also will talk about the inverted yield curve, the 2-year to the 10-year spread, which we talk a lot about in our investment committee meetings, and investing and reinvesting in this environment. And we'll also talk about a 23 property tax update. So some updates at the County Treasurer's Office. We have been working very closely and collaboratively with the STR committee. We met yesterday and we're moving full force ahead with the short-term rentals and how to have conversations between systems that are now in place and how we're going to catch the broader audience for that. We're also working closely with Ms. Lisa Katanik and company to do the transfer of the lodger's tax to the Treasurer's Office. So all of this in motion and preparing our staff for that. We're currently in the second half property tax collection period, and that is going well. We did a large amount in the first half, so it's been quieter. So we expect in the next 2 weeks it'll ramp up. We are also doing outreach in all of the commissioners' districts, and we have been partnering very closely with the assessor's office on many outreach items as well. We've gone to do some outreach with Cadisa. We've done some community outreach. A lot of times the community doesn't know the difference between what the assessor's office and the treasurer's office is doing. So we want to work closely together on a project with Hutton coming up in the fall. We're hoping that'll be a series where you really get to know about how this works and how you go from an assessment to how your property tax dollars are being spent. So stay tuned. That's an exciting project that's happening, and we'll call it where are your tax dollars spent? I think we'll go with that. So next screen, we have with our fiscal agent 35 accounts, 41. Let's see. This one. Yeah, 35 accounts, 41,684,246.91. I'm sorry, at 35 basis points. For the grand total of all, these are backwards. Let's see. Oh, portfolio balances. we're on this screen now. Okay, from the operations core, GOP 97, GOP 2011, GOP 2013, GOP 2015, GOB 2017, GOB 2018, GOB 19, GOB 21, housing, housing custody, and UBS. You could see the individual amounts with a grand total of $403,572,480.53. Okay, with our other holdings, at Lano Studio CD, the local CDs, and BNY Mellon, the total of $13,782,192.80. And a grand total of all holdings, $417,354,673.33, totaling with all the bank accounts, $459,038,920.24. And I will yield to my deputy for the next piece, but before we'll go through the earnings of Lano Studio CD at 250 basis points, the FICA's 40 basis points, UBS 455 basis points, Wealth 455 to 465 basis points, as well as investments ranging from 50 to 525 basis points. Deputy.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Going on forward with the G10 inflation chart. This is from this month. You can see that the headline and the sticky inflation right now is at 5% on both sides. The last Fed fund rate didn't have too much effect on the inflation, but it caused it to go down a little bit. Why that's important for us, because we watch if it stays up, the feds are more likely to increase the Fed fund rates, which in turn raises the rates for us to purchase items. So looking at April 14th, this is the probability of next month's Fed fund meeting. You can see that there's an 83.6% probability, and in June there's a 21%, and in July they're expecting to pull back on the rates. But as I've explained it, as I've explained in our investment committee meetings, the closer it gets to that date, a lot of times these numbers change dramatically into the higher numbers. Now, in February, there was a high probability rate all the way till September, but then everybody remembers the bank meltdown that they had in March, so everything changed. Right now, they're still getting that data and recuperating from that, but this is currently as of 4/14, what the probability is of a rate hike in May. This is a dot plot from last year that I presented in front of you guys last year. You could see that by the end of 2022, the feds were expecting a medium to be at about 185 basis points average interest rates. You have that one Fed governor at the top. You can see where it's highlighted there with an arrow. He was expecting to be over 3%. You look at September's Fed fund is all the way up near the 4.5, and you still got that one Fed governor thinking it's going to end the year at above 450. And you could see at December it was near 450. So I don't know if that Fed governor has a crystal ball or what, but it came really close to that. But you could see this was December's dot plot. This was before the bank meltdown. You could see that they were anticipating way above 5% by the end of this year, and they'll start to recede next year. So this was what happened last month in March. It changed dramatically after that. You could see that the medium now is above 5, which that's what it is right now. And by the end of the year, the beginning of next year, it's going to be receding back down to the near 4% basis points. And this is kind of like what it looks like now, the rolling down of the Fed fund rates. So this is the new one. So we're investing right now to the point that we're coming down off that curve. as we're more likely in a recessionary period. And I know I've been saying since August, I think we've been in a recession. I just didn't think nobody's admitted it because they don't want to get fired, but that's my opinion. But I think you could see by the rates, the rate price spiral that's been going on across the United States, so it's been in that area. So right now we're anchoring higher coupons and higher durations. That way, after 5 years, 3 years, 5 years, we'll still be maintaining those high interest rates that we can get at this point. So what we've been doing is I use this chart. This is the old Lieber Brothers chart that what we use, and it's basically the whole fixed income in a nutshell. And when it's red, that's when the treasuries are actually lower. So the bonds are higher. So the reds isn't when we invest. And when it's in the green, that's when we do. That's when the treasuries are up and the bonds are down. The rationale for that is the bonds are usually, if they're a par, which meaning at $100, we usually find them at $99.80, $99.50, $99.75, which gives us a bigger yield coupon at the end, but also more of the bond that we buy at those points. So we look at that very closely right now. I've been discussing with the treasurer. We've been looking real closely at the energy market, which is the gas, the petroleum. I've been watching that because if it keeps on rising, that inflation can change real quick. And that would be across the board because that's fuel for trains, fuel for trucks that deliver groceries. Across the board, it can really change really quick. So we've been looking at that really closely. I'll turn it over to Treasurer for our 6-month investment strategy.
Are there any questions, Madam Chair, Commissioners?
Any questions from the board? Commissioner Hamilton?
Just wondering, the strategy of trying to buy slightly longer totally makes sense, but are you limited in that to some extent because they'll do callbacks or whatever so that sellers aren't committed to that long term, or is that not a problem?
No, we try and do a complete mix. We'd like to have short maturities.
Pat.
Oh, sorry. We like to have short maturities and we like to have long ones. We have a good mix. So, for instance, pre-pandemic, I had bought a lot of bullets. Bullets meaning that they won't be called. So we had during the pandemic when everything was at zero, we were still getting 2.75 coupons through the duration. So it maintained that for us. So we buy also a mix of bullets and Bermuda style, American style. I try to stay from American because they can be called anytime, but Bermuda style that are called on quarterly. So during the pandemic, they were calling the Americans like every week. The Bermudas, they could only call them on that quarter. So we were still getting that amount of promised yield through the quarter until they were able to call them again. So we like to have a good mix of them.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, go ahead, Madam Treasurer.
Okay, and finally, our action item for our 6-month investment strategy: to invest and reinvest in the 6-month to the 1.5-year window, rolling up with the rate hikes expected for 2023. Invest in coupons with sensible cash flow. Invest in Supra, CDs, or GSEs with sensible spreads over the Treasury. And to anchor high interest rates by purchasing bullets to maintain a higher interest rate in the lower interest environments. As an action item.
What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner
So
Hamilton.
the action item is specifically to approve the 6-month investment strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Yeah, I move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Green? Okay. It passed. So all those in favor? Yay. And next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay. Yes. thank you for being here. Thank you for giving us an update, and I look forward to seeing you at the next investment committee meeting. Now, can I have an adjournment and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to adjourn as the Board of Finance and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
Second?
I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Commissioner Green, are you here with us?
I am, and aye to that. Thank you.
Next, we will go on to item 3. There are no minutes to approve. Item 4, consideration of proclamations, commission resolutions, and or recognitions. A recognition approval of a proclamation proclaiming the week of April 23rd through 29th, 2023 as Daniel Ellsberg Week. Commissioner Hanson. So I think many of you have heard me say that, I was involved in the anti-war activities of Vietnam for many, many years in the 60s and 70s, and well aware of all of the things that took place during that time. And Daniel Ellsberg was somebody who was recognized for his dedication and help to ending that war. And so some of my constituents asked if I would please bring forward this proclamation because he is dying of pancreatic cancer. And so I would like to read this into the record. Whereas individuals with communities are essential to creating space of acceptance, challenging the status quo, and serving as advocates of peace. Whereas Daniel Ellsberg is a public servant who made a long-lasting impact towards establishing a peaceful world. Whereas Mr. Ellsberg served in the United States Marine Corps as a platoon leader and commanded in the 2nd Marine Division and was eventually discharged as a first lieutenant in 1957. And whereas Mr. Ellsberg received his PhD in economics from Harvard in 1962 and worked in the Pentagon as a special assistant to Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs, John McNaughton, and whereas Daniel Ellsberg risks life in prison by releasing the Pentagon Papers, a top-secret Pentagon study of the U.S. government's decision-making to the U.S. Congress and news media, and whereas Mr. Ellsberg's actions led to a landmark ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court in New York Times Company versus U.S. 1971 regarding the freedom of the press under the First Amendment and established limitations on prior restraints by the government, and whereas Mr. Ellsberg's actions contribute to ending the war in Vietnam and discouraging further war making by informing the public of the inner workings of the U.S. government, and whereas further revelations made by Mr. Ellsberg over many years informed the public of the dangers of nuclear weaponry, and whereas Daniel Ellsberg has been for decades an outstanding educator and activist on some of the most important issues facing the earth, and whereas Daniel Ellsberg supported, encouraged, and inspired whistleblowers, journalists, and activists all over the world, and whereas Mr. Ellsberg was awarded the Right Livelihood Award in 2006 and received the 2018 Olaf Palme Prize for his profound humanism and exceptional moral courage, and whereas in March of 2023, Daniel Ellsberg announced he is ill with a terminal cancer diagnosis, and whereas during this week, community members are encouraged to read Daniel Ellsberg's book, article, and interview, and view his film and video, some of which can be found at defensenuclearwar.org/Ellsberg. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the week of April 23rd to 29, 2023 as, and I would like to move to make a motion to pass this proclamation. Do I have a second?
Second?
I have a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor say aye.
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 So, thank you. So it is now in Santa Fe Daniel Ellsberg Week, and I want to thank all my fellow commissioners. I also want to thank Laura Jaggles for working on this proclamation and putting it in such good order. One of the things that we are fortunate to have at Santa Fe County is that each of us have a liaison who helps us with our constituents, and that is a great gift to everybody here. I know we're all grateful. So with that, thank you, Daniel Ellsberg, for all your work throughout the world and especially making the public aware of the dangers of nuclear weapons. So thank you, the board, for passing that. And next, we will go on to Commissioner Green, request approval of a proclamation proclaiming the week of April 30th through May 6th, 2023 as National Small Business Week. Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also Commissioner Bustamante has joined me on this proclamation, and thank you for joining me on that, and thank you for staff to preparing this for us to do this. As many of you know, I'm a small business owner and have an MBA and studied the value of small businesses, and so in Santa Fe County, anchored by the city of Santa Fe, which is known as the City Different, it is those small businesses that make our city unique, and all of the places around the country, these unique, less than homogenized and very special places. And we have the most special place in Santa Fe. Small businesses are where most job growth happens. Most job losses actually happen in large businesses. So job growth is key to our economy, and small businesses are key to job growth. I would like to open the floor to Commissioner Bustamante, and when time comes, I'm happy to read the proclamation into the record, sharing paragraphs with Commissioner Bustamante if she'd like.
Madam Chair, thank you, Commissioner Green. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to recognize the importance of small businesses. I couldn't agree more with Commissioner Green on what the image is for any community that has its small businesses, because those businesses actually support the face of the community. They serve the community, they come from people within the community, and they really develop what becomes the identity of the community. So with that, I'm grateful for this. And Commissioner Green, if you're prepared to read it, or I have it, either way, whatever works for you.
I'd be happy to tag team with you. Let's collaborate on this. So I will start off with Santa Fe County Proclamation proclaiming April 30th to May 6th, 2023 as National Small Business Week, as introduced by myself, Commissioner Justin S. Green, and Commissioner Camila Bustamante. Take it away.
Whereas America's strongest economic growth in almost 40 years has been driven by the resilience of our small businesses that, despite a worldwide pandemic, continue to pioneer innovative solutions to our country's greatest challenges and create opportunities for families and workers. And
whereas small businesses remain the heartbeat of our community and the American economy, employing more than half of our nation's workers, inventing and innovating to launch new technologies and create new American-led industries, enriching our main streets, making parts and products in America to fuel our supply chains, and building our nation's infrastructure. And
whereas historic investments made through the federal legislation, including the American Rescue Plan, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, CHIPS and Science Act, and Inflation Reduction Act, will ensure small businesses have access to federal capital technical assistance, contracting opportunities, and other resources to help lead the way as we rebuild America's roads and bridges and build a clean energy economy for the future. And
whereas when we support small businesses, jobs are created and local communities preserve their unique character. And
whereas entrepreneurship continues to be one of the best pathways to the American dream, evidenced by the remarkable small business boom, with more than 10.5 million Americans applying to start a business since January 20th, 2021, more than any other two-year period in American history. And
whereas by renewing our commitment to supporting small businesses, we can maintain our global competitiveness and build a stronger nation where everyone can succeed from the bottom up and the middle out. And
whereas the President of the United States has proclaimed National Small Business Week every year since 1963 to highlight the programs and services available to the entrepreneurs through the U.S. Small Business Administration and other governmental agencies. And
whereas Santa Fe County supports and joins in this national effort to recognize the contributions of small businesses to the American economy and the importance in ensuring that our local communities remain as vibrant tomorrow as they are today.
now therefore be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the week of April 30th through May 6th as National Small Business Week. Approved. Okay.
Oh, we need to have a vote now.
Oh, okay.
So, thank you, Commissioner Bustamante and Commissioner Green. Would one of you like to make a motion?
I'd be happy to make a motion to adopt this proclamation.
And Commissioner Bustamante?
A second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? I don't think so. Do you want to finish reading the end?
Commissioner Green, would you like to read the adopted?
Approved and adopted and passed on this 25th day of April 2023. Congratulations and recognition of all these small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Green and Commissioner Bustamante. As somebody who has had a small business my entire life in Santa Fe, I am happy to see this proclamation come forward. I feel incredibly fortunate to have been able to work for myself for many, many years in the city and county of Santa Fe. Any other comments from any commissioners? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Green and Commissioner Bustamante. I just wanted to mention that I've also had the pleasure of running 2 small businesses in Santa Fe, nonprofit businesses, but they were still businesses. And yeah, so thank you for recognizing the importance of our small businesses to our community.
Okay, any other comments? Thank you very much. And we will now move on to the consent agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda that anybody would like to have taken off? If not, what is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that the consent agenda be accepted as provided.
Second.
So I have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Commissioner Green?
Aye. Thank you.
Okay, the ayes have it. We'll now move on to number 6, appointments and reappointments. This is a request appointment of staff member to the North Central New Mexico Economic Development District Board, Community Development Department, Paul Olafson. Welcome, Paul. Nice to see you.
Forgive me, Commissioner, would you like the resolution numbers from those
yes,
consent
of
agenda
course,
items?
that would be really great.
Okay, I'm sorry. Consent agenda item 5A is 2023-037. 5B is 038. 5E is 039.
Okay. So, Paul. you're
Good
on.
afternoon, Commissioners. Paul Olafson with the Community Development Department. I'm here this afternoon to request the appointment of Juan Torres, the county's Economic Development Manager under the Community Development Department, to be appointed to the board of the North Central New Mexico Economic Development District. Previously, Juan's predecessor, Chris Heyer, had been appointed to the board, and there is a position that's allowable for the county commission to appoint to this body, and staff would recommend that the board appoint Mr. Torres as one of its representatives, and Commissioner Green is also appointed to this board. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? I also have the pleasure to serve as an alternate and have been on this board for a long time. And I think that it's really important for staff to participate in this particular board because there's so much happening and so many things that we can take advantage of, like their grant writing program, to name one, which is really valuable, I believe, and can be even more valuable. And so, Juan, we're looking forward to you serving on that board. Commissioner Hamilton, did you want to say something?
No,
Okay.
it's all good.
Okay. Commissioner Green, since you serve on this board, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, I would motion to approve the appointment of Juan Torres to join me on the board of North Central New Mexico Economic Development District.
And a second?
Second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Green, a second by Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
No, you're not opposed. Commissioner Green? He said.
Most certainly not opposed. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
okay.
I believe I will abstain.
Okay.
Currently employed by the North Central.
Okay, so Commissioner Bustamante abstains from the vote. That makes it 4-0-1-1. Something like that. Okay, thank you. Juan, is there anything you'd like to say?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, no, thank you very much for the appointment. I look forward to the first meeting on Thursday. Half of my day will be there. So thank you very much.
Yes, it will be. So, good. Thank you very much, and thank you for serving on that board.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you.
Okay, next we'll go on to item 7, resolution adopting required community development block grant CDBG federal certifications and commitments for project number 19C-NR-1-01-G-17. Welcome, Max Hedren. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners. The board did accept Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant for a total of $1,131,968. And in collaboration with the Greater Glorieta Mutual Domestic Water Consumers Association, we are replacing the existing well with a deep water supply. And for compliance with HUD, CDBG, an annual adoption of the CDBG Federal Requirements Plan is necessary in the purpose of this item. The CDBG Federal Requirements Plan, Exhibit B, was first adopted by resolution by the board in December of 2020, and the 13-page plan consists of the requirements for citizen participation, federal housing, residential displacement relocation assistance plan, Section 3, and a procurement policy. So at this time, staff does request that the board consider approving the annual adoption
of the required CDBG federal certifications and commitments for CDBG project number 19-C NRI 01G 17. With the adoption of this resolution, the county maintains compliance with HUD and CDBG and to construct the Greater Glorieta Regional Well. And I stand for any questions.
Any questions from the board? Commissioner Hamilton?
Well, this is in my district. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank Max so much for sticking with this. The project is simple in concept, but dealing with CDBG and the Water Trust Board, and it's nothing if not challenging, and she has done just an incredibly professional and energetic job, and it's so appreciated because it's such an important project. Assuring a clean water supply for a community, and so it's just incredibly appreciated. And you came in not in the middle of it, but kind of not right at the beginning either, and it just seemed really seamless. So,
thank you.
I want to just commend you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, Madam Chair.
And I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hughes. Under discussion, I think that anytime we can work and make all of the water systems better in the county, we are doing a great service to our constituents. Because water is life, as they say here. So, agua vita. And I think that it's really important that we work on these kind of projects. So thank you, Max, for all your hard work on that. And with that, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
No. Commissioner Green, are you an aye?
I was an aye. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So it's unanimous. So thank you very much. And if I could please have a resolution number.
Yes, Madam Chair, resolution number 2023-040.
Okay, we're up to date on all the resolutions, correct, Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
We're up to date with all the resolutions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next. Okay, this item is being brought forth under miscellaneous action items. Usually it would probably be under consent, but because Commissioner Green and Commissioner Bustamante were not here to hear this, we have moved it to under miscellaneous action items. I see Jose is here, so welcome, Jose. Please give us a rundown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Jose Larrañaga, Building Development Services Supervisor with the Growth Management Department. So I'll go ahead and read the caption. This is the final order for case number 21-5170, Oshara Conceptual Plan Final Order Amendment. GE Richards Property LLC applicant, Jenkins Gavin Incorporated agent, requested an amendment to the previously approved conditions imposed by the Board for the conceptual plan amendment for the Oshara Village Plan Development Master Plan Development, and to correct an error in the final order for case number 16-5280 as approved by the board on April 13th, 2021. The property is located in the Community College District within a planned development district east of Richards Avenue and south of Rabbit Road within section 16, Township 16 North, Range 9 East, Commission Districts 4 and 5. On September 14, 2021, the applicant brought forward a request to the Board of County Commissioners to amend conditions imposed by the BCC on the Oshara Village conceptual plan and to correct an error on the previously approved final order. The board approved the applicant's request. This is the amended final order for the BCC decision. And I stand for any questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, are there any questions from the board? Commissioner Green, do you have any questions on this?
I'd just like to, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to reiterate the ability to see all of the plans and a text version isn't always as comprehensive. I appreciate having the site, or not the site plan, the vicinity map, but actually having a plat, a draft plat as it has been presented would be good for us. But I don't see that here. But that's all I have right now. Thank you. I'd hope for future things.
What are you looking for,
A
Commissioner?
plat, the revised plat. Yeah,
Oh, map.
I didn't.
There's not a map in here?
Madam Chair, there is a vicinity map, but I understand Commissioner Green's concerns, and future final orders that come forward that the two commissioners weren't involved with will certainly put more information in the order.
Yeah, I'm sure,
Yes.
I know there was a map in, when we approved it, and this is just the final order, Commissioner Green. Does that explain
Yeah,
why?
that's all fine. Yeah, that's fine. Just reiterating that request again. Thank you.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion that we approve this final order for the final Oshara Conceptual Plan Final Order Amendment.
I'll second.
So I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Green?
Aye. Thank you.
The ayes have it. We'll go on to presentations, item 8. The first presentation is on New Mexico Youth Risk and Resiliency Survey data from Santa Fe County Community Service Department, Rachel O'Connor and Alex Dominguez, Dr. Rebecca Kilburn, UNM Prevention Center, Research Center, and Dan Green, New Mexico Department of Health. Welcome, all of you. It's nice to have you in the chambers. Is the mic on? It's got to be green. Perfect.
Oops. Okay.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, thank you. I want to just talk briefly about the presentation that is going to be given to you today by the New Mexico Department of Health. The New Mexico Department of Health conducts a biennial survey of public high school and middle school students. The YRRS, or the New Mexico Youth Risk and Resiliency Survey, gathers information on injury, violence, bullying, mental health, suicidal behavior, tobacco use, alcohol use, drug use, sexual activity, physical activity, and nutrition. The New Mexico YRRS also looks at resiliency and protective factors such as supportive relationships in the family, school, community, and among peers. Madam Chair, I think this is an important presentation because about 1.5 to 2 years ago, the county started a youth services division at the Community Services Department. Over time, we've become increasingly concerned about some of the mental health and behavioral health statistics that have arisen during and after the pandemic amongst our youth, and indeed have some of that covered in our budget this year. And I thought it was appropriate for you to see the latest data that has come out of the New Mexico Department of Health. So, Madam Chair, we had 2 presenters that put together this presentation. Dan Green, who's an epidemiologist with the New Mexico Department of Health, and Rebecca Kilburn, who is the research professor with the University of New Mexico School of Medicine. Ms. Kilburn was unable to be here today, but I've known Dan a really long time, so you're in good hands. So thank you. There you go, Dan.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel. Welcome, Dan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. I can get this, there we go. So I'll start with just kind of a little overview of what is the YRRS. This is it's a biennial survey, as Rachel said, of public high school and middle school students. We have a lot of partners. You can see our national partners, the Centers for Disease Control. They sponsor this survey in most states. We've got a lot of statewide partners, primarily the Department of Health, the New Mexico Public Education Department, and the University of New Mexico Prevention Research Center, as well as a bunch of other ones. Of course, the most important partner that we have are the school districts and schools, because we just can't do this without the school districts. In New Mexico, we do this survey at the local level, so we get school district level data, which is something that most states do not get. And I have to say that the Santa Fe Public Schools have been very supportive of this and have used these data very intensively, more than most places in other parts of the state. So the YRRS, it's part of the YRBS nationally. It's called the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, because the New Mexico survey asks this special set of questions about the resiliency factors that Rachel mentioned. And we have a very large sample, and we do that in order to get a representation of American Indian students and rural students that we couldn't get otherwise because of those facts. We just changed our name to the Youth Risk and Resiliency Survey here in New Mexico. These are the types of information we collect. The top box there is risk factors. Today, we're going to be talking mainly about our mental health and suicidal behaviors, as well as alcohol and drug use among youth. We also have a series on resiliency and protective factors, as we mentioned. And then we also talk about health outcomes such as asthma and obesity, and we collect demographic characteristics as well. The 2021 was the latest year that we did the survey. We had 16,000 middle school students and 16,000, a little north of 16,000 high school respondents. So this is more sample size than almost any other state that's involved in this survey. So now to jump into the data itself, I want to just give you a taste of what's new in the 2021 data. We'll talk about some of the trends in the risk behaviors that we look at, the relationship between the risk behaviors and those protective factors that were mentioned, and talk a little bit about youth at high risk, at exceptionally high risk. So the big elephant in the room, of course, we collected these data in 2021, most recently. So that was a year when the COVID pandemic was at its height. We were facing a lot of school closures, a lot of student absences, a lot of teacher absences. Our participation was down a little bit. I think COVID did affect not only the number of participants, but it also probably affected the behaviors and the characteristics of some of the participants. Students, for instance, were not out. They weren't going to school. They were staying home. They had less opportunities to engage in some of the risk behaviors that we talk about, and that could have affected some of maybe the somewhat lower rates that we see this year. The main thing that we see are increases in almost all the measures we have that are associated with mental health and suicidal behaviors. We see decreases in, across the board, all of our measures of alcohol consumption. This is in Santa Fe as well as in the rest of the state. We see decrease in most current drug use. We see also decreases in all forms of tobacco use since 2019. And that continues a trend that's a very long trend. And what is new this year is that for the first time we've seen a decrease in e-cigarette use. So to jump into the mental health section, this is what we do, this presentation in local areas throughout the state with people's local data. We always start out with kind of a little game. It's a matching game just to kind of get people to kind of test their preconceptions about what we have here, and the little matching game is not working on this presentation anyway. So we'll just jump into the mental health data. We have a new measure this year that is called frequent mental distress. And our question is, during the past 30 days, how often was your mental health not good? And so that's stress, anxiety, and depression, things like And so frequent mental distress includes kids who say that they always or most of the time feel that stress, anxiety, and depression. So that's 30%. So it's almost a third of the students in Santa Fe County who said that they were subject to frequent mental distress. So this slide is looking at several of our indicators of mental health and suicidal behaviors by frequent mental distress. So you can see that in each of those, the yellow bar represents kids who were subject to frequent mental distress, and the blue bars are those who did not experience frequent mental distress. So the first set of bars on the top of that slide, non-suicidal self-injury. So this is a measure of kids who cut themselves or burn themselves on purpose without the intention of actually dying. So you can see here what this is telling us is that the students who reported that they experienced frequent mental distress, 47.5% of those were actually engaging in this non-suicidal self-injury compared to only 7% of those that did not experience frequent mental distress. So you can see that frequent mental distress, our new question, is highly related to all these other measures such as sadness and hopelessness, seriously considering suicide and making a suicide plan, and then actually attempting suicide. Students who experience this frequent mental distress, almost 22% of them made a suicide attempt within the past year, compared to only about 3.6% of those who did not experience frequent mental distress. So this is a measure that's very highly associated with some very severe and serious kinds of behaviors. This is looking at the trends. We have data that actually go back to 2001. I'm just showing you trends from the past 10 years. This is the blue line is showing you for this measure that we have called sadness or hopelessness, so frequent feelings of sadness or hopelessness. And it shows that in New Mexico, this has increased by 52% since 2021 from 2011. Very similar to what we see in Santa Fe. It's increased 41% in Santa Fe. So in the state, in the county, and indeed in the nation, this measure has been increasing rapidly, and it really did start right about 2011 when this started going up. If I could show you back for the 10 years previously, that line hardly changed at all. It was very static, and it's gone up greatly since then. For our other measures of mental health and suicidal injury, so these are meant to come up one at a time so I can point out each one. But so the red line on top is feelings of sadness or hopelessness. That's what we just looked at before. It's increased by more than 40%. The blue line is our non-suicidal self-injury, which we discussed. We've got two measures of suicidal ideation, so seriously considering attempting suicide and making a suicide plan, and two measures of actual suicide attempts, attempted suicide and suicide attempt resulting in an injury. So all of those measures in the state have gone up just a little bit. In Santa Fe County, we are fortunate because they have pretty much stayed static over the past 10 years. We are very concerned about the sadness or hopelessness measure, which has increased so rapidly over the years. So for all of these measures in Santa Fe County and in the state, it really is mainly an issue that belongs to girls more than boys. So these are all of the measures that we just looked at. The blue bars represent girls, and the yellow bars represent boys. So frequent mental distress, our new question on the left side of the chart there, you can see that girls have about twice the rate of frequent mental distress than boys do. And you can see that pattern is pretty much the same for all of those, sadness or hopelessness, suicidal ideation questions, and suicide attempts. Girls have twice or more than twice the rate of all the mental health issues than boys do. And here is another way of looking at the same thing. This is looking at the trend again, the trend for seriously attempting suicide. The red bar in the middle is New Mexico. You can see that's increased a little bit, but if you look at the blue bar on the bottom, you can see it's been pretty static over those 10 years. All of the increase that we see in seriously considering attempting suicide, that's all been among young girls rather than among young boys. And this is what we look at in Santa Fe County. It's a little bit more up and down. We don't have quite as large a sample size in Santa Fe County, so the rates are a little less stable. They go up and down a little bit, but you can see as well, if you look at that gap between boys and girls, so boys, the blue line on the bottom, and girls, the yellow line on the top, 2011, that gap is pretty narrow. By 2021, that gap is very large. So it is, again, an issue that started out being more common among girls and has increased as in its relationship to girls to boys. This is looking at some of our protective factors. So the green bars represent the percentage of kids who attempted suicide in the past 12 months. And these are our protective factors that are in the school. So what this is saying is so the set of 3 bars on the left side of the screen there, students are asked to agree or disagree with the statement, outside of my home and school, an adult cares about me. The dark bar represents the percentage of kids who attempted suicide and who said it's not true that an adult cares for them outside of the home. So 16.8% of the kids who don't have that adult outside of the home made a suicide attempt, compared to the lightest green bar, only 7.2% of the kids who say they do have an adult who cares of them outside of the home made a suicide attempt. Our other outside of the home and school community factors are an adult tells me when I do a good job and being involved in school in group activities. So you can see that for each of those, kids who have this higher level of the resiliency or protective factors have much lower rates of attempted suicide. Moving on to alcohol use. These are all very positive trends. These are our main alcohol trends. We look at current drinking as the blue bar on the top. The next bar down is having a first drink at a very young age, before age 13 in this case. Binge drinking, which is defined as having 5 drinks at a time for boys, or 4 drinks on a single occasion for girls. And drinking and driving. So the story of this is that in the state and in Santa Fe County, all of these alcohol-related measures have decreased over the past 10 years. And this really reflects a lot of really good work at the local level and at the state level. And here in Santa Fe, there are some really good people working in the schools with kids on alcohol-related behaviors. Again, going on, looking at protective factors. This is very much the same as that slide we just looked at. So this is looking at protective factors in the home. We have 3 of those in my home. There is a parent or some other adult who, on the left, is interested in my schoolwork, a parent who believes I'll be a success, and a parent knows where I am and who I'm with when I'm not home. And you can see the risk behavior that we're looking at here is drinking alcohol before age 13. So drinking alcohol at a very young age. So these students who say that any of those, that they do not have any of those protective factors, are much more likely than students who do have these strong and protective relationships in the home to drink alcohol at an early age. If they have the protective factor, they're much less likely to drink at an early age. And I have to say, this drinking at an early age is known to be very highly associated with alcohol-related issues later in life. So kids who drink at an early age, by the time they are grown, they're much more likely to be alcohol dependent, alcohol abusive, have alcohol liver disease, than do other people who even drink but just delayed drinking until they were older. And looking at drug use, whoops. So here we're looking at marijuana use in and age at first use. The blue line on top is current marijuana use, which is within the past 30 days. The yellow line is using marijuana before age 13. You can see that 2015 rate is very low, but Santa Fe County has been really high in this compared to the rest of the state until 2021. It's very close to what the rest of the state is doing. It's come down a lot. Use marijuana before age 13. Until about 2013, New Mexico had the highest rate in the nation for that early use of marijuana, and that's come down somewhat. And again, I'm sorry, these are meant, each of these lines are meant to come up one at a time so you can see them a little bit easier, but we're looking at prescription pain medication misuse, which has come down. We're looking at synthetic marijuana use, which has changed in its availability over the years. Sometimes it's harder to get, I think, and sometimes it's easier to get. So you see this big spike in 2019, but it has come down again by 2021. And inhalant use, which has also come down for some of our more serious drugs, cocaine, methamphetamine, and heroin. Those have all decreased in Santa Fe County by quite a bit. This is actually the area where actually the more kind of severe these risk behaviors are, the more of a drop that we saw in 2021. And we think that a lot of this drop really probably has a lot to do with COVID. I believe it's true for what kids were doing during that year, but I think that kids did have much less opportunity to do a lot of these things. So we may want to take some care in taking too much comfort out of some of these dropped rates. They may go up again in 2023. Just to put this in a little bit of context, New Mexico has, as we all know, has had a really high rate of drug overdose deaths in the nation, compared to the nation, highest in the nation for many years, and that's changed, not because New Mexico's rates have gotten better, but because the rest of the nation has gotten a lot more severe in their alcohol-related death rates. And here we're looking at, again, prescription pain medication use by those protective factors. In this case, we're looking at protective factors in the school. In my school, a teacher or some other adult listens to me when I have something to say, is that group of bars on the left. So you can see that the kids who say that that is not true have more than twice the rate of prescription pain medication use than students who do have that positive relationship with their teachers in the school. And you can see that's true for each of the protective factors that we are looking at here. And then finally, I just want to say something about students who are at extremely high risk, pretty much across the board for everything that we look at. These groups of students include sexual minority students, gender minority students, students who have short residency status in the United States, students with physical disabilities or with long-term health problems, and students who are homeless. We can just look at those one at a time. So if I can just take a second to explain this chart, the rest of them will go a lot faster. So we're looking here at sexual orientation. The light blue bars are lesbian, gay, and bisexual students. The purplish bars are straight students. And so we're looking at 4 different risk behaviors on each chart. That top set of bars is mental distress. You can see that almost 60% of LGB students experiences frequent mental distress compared to only 24% of straight students. So LGB students are at much greater risk, 2.5 times the rate among LGB students and compared to straight students. LGB students have 3.5 times the rate of suicide attempts. They have 1.4 times the rate of binge drinking, and they have twice the rate of heroin use. Another group of students that is at high risk pretty much across the board is groups who are of gender minorities or transgender, genderqueer, or gender fluid is the way we frame it in this survey. They have 2.5 times the rate of mental distress. They have 3.5 times the rate of suicide attempts. We don't see a difference for binge drinking. But we do see that they have 6 times the rate of heroin use compared to cisgender students. Looking at students who have this short residency status in the United States, so they've lived in the United States for 6 years or less, they actually have a lower rate of frequent mental distress. So you can see here the mental health and the suicidal behaviors are not always reflective of the same things. So while these students have, maybe for whatever cultural reasons there are, have a lower rate of this frequent mental distress, they have a substantially higher suicide attempt rate. They have twice the binge drinking rate, and they actually have 15 times the rate of heroin use compared to students who have lived in the United States for 6 years or more. Other groups, students with physical disabilities, 1.5 times the rate of mental distress, 2.5 times the rate of suicide attempts, 1.5 times the rate of binge drinking, and 5 times the rate of heroin use. And then looking at the final one of these groups of these students are homeless students who are across the board the most at risk that we have. We actually do not see them having a higher rate of frequent mental distress, but they have 2.5 times the rate of suicide attempts, 3 times the rate of binge drinking, and homeless students have 49 times the rate of heroin use compared to students who are living in stable housing. So actually in New Mexico, if you take all of the heroin users in high school, 60% of them are homeless. So these groups of kids really do mark these areas where a lot of these risk factors really live. And that's it. I hope I didn't go over too far. I probably did. Sorry. Anyway, just to summarize, COVID made a big difference in the survey results this year. We do see increasing rates for mental health and suicidal behaviors, while we see decreasing rates for alcohol use, drug use, tobacco use. And do want to just mention again that interventions aimed at prevention really need to be inclusive of these 5 groups of kids. So homeless kids, LGBT kids, transgender kids, students with physical disabilities, and those who have a short residence in the United States. Effective factors, again, very important. And I just want to point everybody to our website, youthrisk.org, where you can see all of our results. We have county level reports for Santa Fe for 2021, middle school and high school.
Thank you very much. That was sobering. That a bit of information and seeing what is happening to our youth. The one thing I'm wondering is if girls went to a girls' school, does that have an effect on their mental abilities? Because you said early on they were the ones that were the most affected.
I really don't know the answer to that question. We don't have that comparison here with students going to girls' schools. This is a national thing, and this is known to be not just in New Mexico or Santa Fe. It is national that these problems are really more common among girls.
Well, since it is common among girls, you know, a lot of girls, when they choose to go to college, some of them, not a lot, but some of them do choose to go to girls' schools because maybe they feel safer in that environment or more supported. You know, that was just my one concern and a question about if you have that data. But I'll go to Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And Dan, thanks for being here. And just by way of notice, Dan and I go way back to when our kids were in high school, and our 2 eldest sons are still great friends. And we used some of the data from an earlier version of this survey to actually get a $3 million grant from HUD to house homeless youth in northern New Mexico, a program that's still going on. So and I'm glad to hear that we're going to be using some of this data in some of our county programs, because I think if we can make some progress with our youth, that's going to save us all problems later on. We all toured the jail just about a week ago, and it would be so great if we didn't have so many people in our jail and more people living happy lives. But I do have one question. If you said this, sorry if I missed it, but do we have any know why the degree of hopelessness is going up? Do you have any thoughts about that? Is it just because of COVID, or is it something else that is making people feel more hopeless?
Yes, Commissioner Hughes, Madam Chair. So the sadness and hopelessness, again, it's been going up since 2011. So it's not strictly a COVID thing. I think that a lot of the mental health issues probably have gotten worse because of COVID. A lot of people speculate that it has a lot to do with social media use. And I just saw an article about that in the paper this morning. And I think I would hesitate before I would actually agree with that statement. I think that there's social media is a one small term that encompasses a lot of different behaviors, and I think we're making a lot of that is speculation that's true. We are trying to do a survey now of social media use in high schools. We're going with a pilot version of that survey to a couple of schools this spring. And hope to be able to maybe answer some of that question. But other than that, I think this again, it's a national issue. Most of what we see here in New Mexico is reflected nationally as well. The mental health issues among students are a national issue, and when you read about them, they are, nobody really knows what's going on. There's lots of speculation about it, and we need to get a hold on it, because something is definitely happening.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for doing this important work, Dan.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes's initial remark is a good segue to the question I was going to ask, which is how do we use this information, I guess mostly here, but even nationally, to develop programs, get funding for programs, set policy?
Well, yes, all of the above. And we do use it, as Commissioner Hughes mentioned. It has been used to get grants in New Mexico. Because in New Mexico we're able to give people their local level data. There are local groups throughout New Mexico that are doing prevention work because they have these data for their communities. The data are also, they're well utilized here in New Mexico, and they are used for all of these things. We do a lot of program planning at the Department of Health, in Public Education Department, and even at the state level for targeting planning programs.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you for this enlightening presentation. And unfortunately, these are trends that have been somewhat consistent over the last number of decades. And I'm hoping to some respect that there might be an opportunity to share. I appreciate the question, what can we do? And looking at some of those assets, looking at successful programs, and when I say assets, nationally, programs that work, systems that work. If there are any of those types of examples that could be brought before us so that we could really look at how those initiatives that have been successful, just in the interest of disclosure, so I feel like every time I sit up here I say, I did that once, but I have an epidemiology background, and unfortunately, even in the 1900s, working on this stuff, we just don't have a whole lot of change. And I really would be very grateful to start to look at the opportunities and that have been proven to be successful, and how that can move the dial and change what we're seeing. These are long, troublesome statistics, and it would be, I'm not saying it just in the interest for it to be comforting, but it would be comforting, but also an opportunity to look at how or what is being done that doesn't have this kind of reflection. Yes, it's happening nationwide, but there are places where there are hopeful things happening, and to partner these types of presentations with that, or to come back later. I appreciate the presentation, but to say these are the types of initiatives that we've seen success, that people are seeing success, where people want to be on this planet and live and contribute to their society, because it's disheartening to see it. But it's not, again, it's not just in the interest of, come on, where's the good news? It's give us an opportunity to really get out there of what could change people's lives, and how can we support that?
Right. So I will acknowledge that a lot of this news is pretty grim that we get, but I want to stress again that much of what I showed you is very positive news. It's good news. Decreasing rates of drug use, decreasing rates of alcohol use. These are really, really important. And here in New Mexico, where we have the highest, by far the highest rate of alcohol-related deaths in the nation, we see these alcohol behaviors among our youth going down. That is great news, undeniably great news, and it is due to a lot of prevention programming that's going on. Unfortunately, you're talking to the guy who collects the data that the prevention specialists use. So I don't know the answer to that, but I can give you one quick example of what we're doing right in New Mexico. We have a series of school-based health centers in a lot of schools around New Mexico, and we have actually looked at some of these results by whether or not schools have these school-based health centers or not. And schools that do have those school-based health centers have improved rates for a lot of things, including unsafe sexual behaviors, for instance. So, there are good things happening, and we're doing a lot of those good things here.
Can I step in? Commissioner Bustamante, Chair, my name is Chanel Delgado. I oversee the Youth Services Division here for Santa Fe County. Super grateful for your presentation, Dan. Thank you so much for bringing this to light. I do want to add that the Youth Services Division has been doing tons of prevention work. Historically, prevention was kind of our focus. We've shifted and we're looking at the behavioral health elements, but in FY24, we have requested additional funding to be very strategic and really align what we're going to pour our funding into with the measures that were just presented. What Dan showed is also really congruent with what we're seeing nationally in regards to youth. And so we are hoping in FY24 to be very strategic in terms of how we expend our funds and where that money is going to, very specific to the data you just saw today.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Data is always helpful. It gives us an idea of how we can improve.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and present.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Okay, next we will go on to item presentation B, initial fiscal year 2024 operation budget presentation. County Manager Greg Schaefer and Yvonne Herrera. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Can you hear me okay? Great. The presentation that we're about to give has been uploaded to board docs, as well as the revenue projections that are referenced extensively throughout it. And I'm going to take the primary lead, and Yvonne will be my lifeline as we move through the presentation. If you could go to the next slide, Yvonne. Wanted to talk about the goals of today's presentation. We're not asking for any direction. We're really just here trying to set the stage for the budget study sessions and ultimate budget decisions that the board will need to make in the May timeframe for our fiscal year 2024 operating budget. The first thing that I would highlight is that we're going to provide you with an overview of the county's recurring and non-recurring revenue estimates. We're going to provide some macro recommendations from the manager's office, and then just provide you with a summary of what our departments and elected officials have requested in terms of recurring and non-recurring operational request. And then finally, set the stage for the next steps in the budget development process. It's important to emphasize that we're providing you this presentation at the 30,000 foot level to orient you to the decisions that you have. Ultimately, budgets are built at the fund and cost center level, so we're going to have to get much more granular as we work through the process, and we'll have to look at how the macro level view translates down into that granular level. We'll be continuing to refine estimates as we go through the process, both with regard to revenue estimates as well as scoring things that are properly considered recurring versus non-recurring expenditure request. Next slide, please, Yvonne. So for the first time that we're aware of, the county took a different approach to building the budget this year. We did contract with an independent third-party economist. The name of the company is Rebor LLC. Its principal is Dr. Wiley S. White, who is an Associate Dean of Teaching and Learning and an Associate Professor of Finance with tenure at the University of New Mexico. So again, this is the first time that we're aware of that the county has taken this step to provide some independent estimates and expertise relative to revenue projections. And it's also the first time that we're aware of that we've really looked beyond the next fiscal year to predict what might happen in out fiscal years, in particular the next fiscal year beyond the one for which we're establishing the budget. The contractor, and this is again in his report, which is available on board docs, used 3 different models to project revenue. One was a trend analysis, which was just looking at average growth over a period of time and projecting that forward. The second was a modified exponential smoothing forecast, which is based upon a more complicated model to predict future values that tended to be the higher of the estimates. And then the final was a multi-factor analysis, which was the most complex model, and looked at and attempted to predict future revenues based upon approximately 20 lagged macroeconomic factors. In other words, they looked at, well, how did this revenue stream react to that factor in the past, and made projections and assumptions about what those factors might be over the projection horizon. Ultimately, the official forecast is what's referred to in the revenue estimate as the mean estimate. That was the average of the 3 models. So it took some good and low and high and came up with an average or mean estimate to predict what our revenues might look like. We've presented all 3, both in terms of our PowerPoint presentation, but also in the revenue estimates themselves. So again, the mean estimate is the economist official forecast. The low estimate includes projections about what our revenues would look like if we were, in fact, facing a more significant recession. And then the high estimate projects revenues assuming that there is no true recession and economic growth and consumer spending remains higher than expected. Next slide, please, Yvonne. As you look through the county revenue estimates, some things to highlight up front is that you'll see that there is greater county dependency on gross receipts tax versus property tax revenue. That's significant because property tax revenue tends to be more stable and less responsive to macroeconomic conditions, whereas gross receipts tax, again, can be more volatile and is more reactive to macroeconomic conditions such as a recession. The actual estimates, which focused on gross receipts tax, lodgers tax, and property tax, reflect that there's significant downside risk in our revenue projections, in particular in the gross receipts tax area. And if you look at the first chart on page 4, you'll see that if you compare the mean estimate for fiscal year 2024 in gross receipts tax and 2025, that there's a difference from the mean to the low of $90.8 million for fiscal year 2024 under the mean estimate, down to $87.3 on the low estimate, and in fiscal year 2025, the difference is 89. I believe it's 3 versus 81.3. So again, significant potential downside revenue risk based upon the risk of recession to the county. So I want to pause here for a second to highlight some information relative to both of those. First, if you look at the percentage of revenue from these big 3 revenue sources from fiscal year 2018 to fiscal year 2023, property tax accounted for 46.5% of our revenue from those 3 sources in fiscal year 2018. By this fiscal year, that had decreased to 38.3%. And on the other side of the ledger, gross receipts tax as a percentage of property tax, gross receipts tax, and lodgers tax had actually increased from 53.1% to 60.7%. So again, that underscores that we're more reliant on gross receipts tax in terms of recurring revenue than we have been historically, and that underscores the risk associated with a recession, which I believe, according to The Economist and independent research, the consensus view is that there's at least a 50% plus chance of a recession occurring over the next 2-year time frame. If you go to the next slide, Yvonne, you'll see that those risks are reflected in both the property tax revenue estimates as well as the lodgers tax revenue estimates. Again, we've included all 3, the mean, the low, and the high, for purposes of transparency. Our focus was on the mean, as that is the official estimate of The Economist, and the low, so that we can plan for what a not insignificant revenue or underperformance in revenue would look like, and can endeavor to plan accordingly for it. So as we move forward to the county revenue estimates, we have a couple of recommendations. They're just that, relative to how we might go about building the fiscal year 2024 operating budget with an eye towards fiscal year 2025 and what we can potentially project in terms of revenue. If you go back 2 slides, Yvonne, to slide 4, you'll see that even under the mean estimate, the gross receipts tax revenue is projected to decline from fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2025. We recommend that we build the fiscal year 2024 budget using the lower gross receipts tax revenue from fiscal year 2025. It's a recommendation to avoid building in a recurring revenue funding shortfall and it also reduces the recession revenue risk that is apparent in the estimates. The second major recommendation that the county manager's office has is to budget sufficient cash. We're recommending $12 million as a recession revenue replacement budget contingency. And in essence, you'd be setting aside in the budget revenue to really weather a significant difference between what you're estimating in recurring revenue and what you actually take in. That would allow the county to continue to maintain service levels during a predicted and worse than expected recession, while also allowing the county to continue to hire during the recession when the pool of potential employees may be larger. I want to take a minute, if I can, to talk about the interplay between the recession revenue replacement budget contingency and the amounts that are committed by the board annually under the county's Santa Fe County Fund Balance Reserve and Budget Contingencies Policy, which was adopted by resolution number 2009-7. And the way that I would describe how this budget contingency and the committed fund balance work together is that committed fund balance under the policy is meant to provide resources for unanticipated expenditures and unanticipated revenue loss, i.e. those things that could not have been reasonably anticipated prior to final adoption of the annual budget. We view the recession revenue replacement budget contingency as something that you're doing proactively to actually plan for something that you can foresee. Obviously, these are projections and predictions, so no one knows for certain what might come to pass, but we know that there is in the forecast a significant risk of a recession with a potential downside of material significance to the county's estimated revenue. And so that's how we see those working together. Moving forward to the fiscal year 2024 recurring budget overview, again, we wanted to provide the board with a high-level overview of what we think the recurring budget and recurring revenue picture looks like. In addition, we wanted to highlight some things that we would focus on relative to investments and set-asides on the recurring operating budget revenue. And then finally, just provide the actual requests that have come in that are completed from our departments and elected offices. So on the revenue side, if you can go forward, please, Yvonne. We started with what we budgeted in fiscal year 2023 revenue, and then we projected significant changes to that for fiscal year 2024. The gross receipts tax, property tax, and lodgers tax I've already explained were based upon the mean estimate from the independent economists we contracted with to provide those estimates. And the additional changes were based upon projections that Yvonne can go over if you have specific questions. Again, some things go up, others were projected to go down year over year. We'll continue to firm up those estimates as we move forward. The one thing that I would spend some time highlighting is the $9.1 million in vacancy savings from the previous fiscal year that we are scoring as recurring revenue. We've historically, as those who've been on the board through multiple budget cycles know, we've used cash to balance the budget. This presentation of the information, makes that express that that's what we're doing. But we're also providing a number that we think we can, reasonably, more than reasonably anticipate would be available as we build our fiscal year 2025 budget. So again, we're trying to look out 2 years so that what we're doing this fiscal year will be sustainable as we move forward. that $9.1 million would equate to an approximate 10% vacancy rate in fiscal year 2024. That comes up to the total estimated recurring revenue for fiscal year 2024 of $169,020,690, and Yvonne doesn't believe in rounding up, so we give it to you to the dollar. In terms of what we would recommend at the highest level for recommendations and set-asides, we're recommending a compensation package, the primary components of which would be a 6% countywide COLA effective July 1, 2023. The exception to that would be the Deputy Sheriff's Union, as their CBA is currently written, doesn't provide for it to share automatically in a COLA, but an equivalent amount we would recommend to set aside for negotiations in terms of recurring revenue with that union for their contract that's slated to go into effect on January 1, 2024. As many of you know, the state legislature did enact changes to the Public Employee Retirement Act that will have contributions on both the employer and employee side increase over 4 fiscal years. We are in the first fiscal year of that increase of 0.5%, and it will continue to increase over the next 3 fiscal years. So obviously we're recommending that we set aside funds to plan for the fact that the employer share or contribution to PERA is going to increase. As we'll discuss in greater detail later, our medical and RX prescription drug cost are predicted to increase by 8.9%, and so we're recommending that we budget an adequate amount on the county side to meet the county share of that increase. And then finally, we're recommending setting aside $200,000 in order to partially implement what might be recommended by the Office of Emergency Management Task Force in terms of recommendations. When you look at department requests, and again, these are unfiltered, this is just what came in from our elected offices and departments. It doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be recommended by the by county manager's office. That was at $164,735,000 and some dollars. Add to that completed FTE reclassifications or requests for new FTE, and you're looking at another approximately $2 million, which sums to total recurring expenditure request of approximately $172,874,000. And when you compare what we're projecting for recurring revenue, you see that there's some work to be done in terms of scrutinizing request, as well as sharpening pencils as to what we can afford on a recurring basis. And as we go further into the process, there may be some things that have been tentatively scored as recurring that may be met through non-recurring resources. So Yvonne, I'll stop here and I'll ask now to see if there are any questions relative to the revenue estimates. But again, we're just here to set the stage today. We're not seeking any direction on anything that we're presenting. But if there's questions now, I'll certainly entertain them.
Thank you, Greg. Is there any questions at the moment from the board? Okay, we can keep moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. And moving forward, we wanted to look at the fiscal year 2024 non-recurring and fixed asset budget overview. So we started by looking at what our estimated non-recurring revenue would be. This is both revenue that came in excess of what we had budgeted. So if you look at some of the detail in the appendixes, you'll see that gross receipts tax this last fiscal year significantly outperformed what we had budgeted for fiscal year 2024, and property tax did to a lesser extent as well. And then we also included what we project in terms of unexpended budget. So again, these are resources that were appropriated by the board, but we don't project will be expended by the end of the fiscal year. And we factor in the amount that we're recommending we score as recurring revenue in terms of vacancy savings. In terms of those things that we're recommending as macro level budgetary set-asides, we've already discussed a recession revenue replacement budget contingency. So again, the idea is to take cash that's available from the current fiscal year and budget so that it could be available to replace revenue that we project but doesn't actually materialize in either of the next 2 fiscal years due to recessionary factors. We also recommend that we set aside $10 million for grants, and that could be both temporary employees and other resources to implement the grant, as well as matching funds for opportunities that we may pursue over the course of the fiscal year. And then finally, the board may ultimately consider and adopt a clean and lean ordinance presentation concerning which is on the agenda for this evening. Should that, in fact, be enacted into law, we'd recommend setting aside, not insignificant funds to cover those non-employee-related costs associated with that ordinance. That could be hearing officer cost, third-party experts, as well as the funds actually necessary to clean a property before it can be liened. We then go forward, Vaughn, to the next slide. This is the summary information. As you'll see, we anticipate that there will be $42 million in non-recurring revenue. I just went over the macro level recommendations, and when you come down to the department request, we looked at fixed assets. We tried to delineate those into ones with a recurring cost component, i.e. software, for example, that you might have to pay maintenance fees on in future fiscal years. We're endeavoring to isolate those for the board's consideration. And then we also looked at other non-recurring requests, one-time initiatives, or things that while we might want to do on a recurring basis, we could cut if necessary without negatively impacting operations. So when you sum those up as it currently stands, you're looking at approximately $31.559 million in total non-recurring request, and there's excess non-recurring revenue to cover those. Obviously, with the same caveat, the fact that these requests are listed, doesn't mean that they ultimately will all be recommended. To the extent that there's additional non-recurring revenue that is not utilized for operating request and fixed asset request, you could think of, I'm sure, any number of useful purposes for which that could be put. That would include meeting shortfalls in existing capital projects, i.e. projects that we already have on the books that are underway, for which we don't have a complete budget. As you know, we didn't get fully funded from the legislature in certain respects. That could be one potential source. You could use it as well for money for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Again, there are lots of things that those funds could usefully be put toward if, in fact, they grow or are not needed for non-recurring requests, such as fixed asset request. I wanted to end by saying just a few words relative to our group self-insurance plan. As it stands now, we have 3 tiers, and your contribution rate as an employee is based upon your salary. So employees who make $35,000 or less, there aren't that many at the county who do, would pay 20% towards the group health benefit cost. Tier 2 is $35,000 and a cent up to $75,000, and Tier 3 is over $75,000. Management's proposal is that we adjust those tiers based upon any COLA that is given. We don't want people to move into a higher insurance tier based upon inflation, basically. And so the proposal is to move those tiers. For illustration purposes, we use the 6% COLA that we hope we will be able to fund, and those create new tiers of $37,100 or under, $37,100 and a cent up to $79,500 and over $79,500. In terms of increased pressure as it relates to our group benefits, as the board knows, we contract with a third-party consultant, Gallagher, who provides us with estimates relative to our claims based upon experience as well as inflationary pressures. They estimate that in total, the county will need an increase of approximately $700,000 in calendar year 2024 in order to meet the increased cost of the plan. That would translate into an 8.9% increase both for employees as well as employers. And what that would look like given the revised tiers is included as an appendix in the presentation. With regard to dental, the consultant actually is estimating that we'll need slightly less revenue. It's approximately $23,000. We recommend that we keep the contribution rates flat because the differences, becomes somewhat negligible as you break it down, between employer and employee, and then further break it down to the individual employee level. But also keeping flat rates, reduce the potential for future contribution rate increases, all other things being equal. Moving on to the last slide, which is the impact of any COLA that the board may ultimately budget for on pay scales and steps within them. For AFSCME 1782 and non-union step-eligible positions, just to remind the board that the COLA will actually move the whole pay scale. So if a COLA is granted, and this is a new practice that has been introduced within the last year, everything associated with the scale moves. So both the minimum and the maximum salaries, as well as all the steps that get you to midpoint. And under the collective bargaining agreements for the RECC, AFSCME 1413, 1413M, and our firefighters union, COLA would actually adjust the pay scales for those bargaining unit members as well. So such adjustments, help ensure that any steps and future pay scale increases represent true salary growth, and it also helps to maintain external competitiveness. In terms of next steps in the budget development, we have 5 special meetings scheduled during the month of May. The first 3 are budget study sessions, where again we'll go over the request for departments as well as elected offices and provide you with recommendations from management. And then we have 2 meetings scheduled for the board to actually take action and approve an interim budget. We scheduled 2 just so that we have them on the books if needed, but those are May 15th and May 24th. We would be submitting our interim budget to DFA on June 1st, and then our goal would be to develop a final budget in June of 2023 to incorporate any changes and additions since the interim budget, as well as to address capital projects. And then our goal would be to approve the final budget, including capital project budgets, on June 27th of 2023. We've included appendices in the presentation that provides support to some of the things that were covered. And again, we'd be happy to stand for any questions, but this is just a presentation to set the stage for work to come. So we're not asking for specific direction or feedback on any item. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Are there any questions? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple. So are is this presentation and the appendices, is that uploaded to board docs for us, or how do we look at all that?
Yes, it is, and I believe hard copies were handed out as well to you individually. And in addition to the presentation and the appendices, we did upload and did provide to you the revenue projections from the third party with whom we contracted to provide them.
Thank you. And then one other question, just as we look forward to the possibility of a recession, I'm wondering how much money we already have in reserve that would help us, that's not committed to something else that we would have to spend if we were to experience a significant loss of revenue.
Included, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, in the appendices are the amounts that have been committed, and so that is already present. If you're asking for additional presentation as to the amounts that are uncommitted and unreserved, if that's the question, we can provide that as we go through the budget process. Did I get the words right, Yvonne?
Yes.
And yes, I'd appreciate that, so thank you.
Any other questions? So, I just want to say that I really appreciate you consulting an economist. A couple of years ago, I came back from NACO, and I had talked to a couple economists, and I was really interested in understanding how they could help us in, at the county, and if we had ever consulted an economist before. And so I want to recognize you, Greg, for doing that, because I think that it is only to our benefit to understand more of the data that we are trying to compile so that we can make it really informed decisions. So I appreciate that, and I want to say thank you. Is there anything else, or can we move on? Is that appropriate?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you very much. Also, Yvonne and Greg, we appreciate the update. Next, we'll move on to item C, which is a presentation considering an ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance number 2009-11 to update and define property nuisance abatement and provide for a clean and lean enforcement process. This was introduced by Commissioner Hughes and myself, and I believe it's Esteban who is going to be our presenter. And please turn on the mic.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, so we have worked on a draft ordinance that would...
Okay, make sure you're speaking into the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Can everybody hear? Okay.
It's green now, so...
Okay, it's a good thing. It's great.
Okay. Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you. We've been working in conjunction with Gross Management, the Sheriff's Department, and other departments within the county to draft an ordinance which would repeal and replace ordinance number 1989-2, which is the junk vehicle ordinance, and repeal and replace portions of ordinance 2009-11, which is currently our excessive sound and public nuisance ordinance. Our excessive sound and public nuisance ordinance deals mostly with excessive sound as it's currently drafted. There are a few sections on public nuisance, but it doesn't really have the enforcement teeth that our code enforcement officers have asked for. So for those reasons, we've drafted this ordinance looking at other counties in New Mexico and municipalities that have similar type ordinances. In our draft ordinance contains a much more thought out process and ability for the county not only to enforce against any kind of public nuisances, and you'll see in here the list of public nuisances has been expanded quite a bit beyond what we had in our previous ordinance, but also to abate those ordinances, which is to clean them or take care of those problems ourselves as a county, and then put a lien on that property, a lien against the property for the amount that it cost to clean the property. So if you look through our draft ordinance, you can see, one, that the categories with which our nuisances has been expanded quite a bit. Some of the language is still somewhat vague to allow some flexibility. However, the overall, there's much more categories and many more things covered than our previous nuisance definition in those 3 sections of the previous ordinance. With that, there's going to come coverage of many more areas. Manager Schaefer just went through the fact that we probably will need set aside in the budget to hire contract employee or contractors to investigate and provide expert opinions, I guess, on whether some of these sections are being violated and what can be done to abate those nuisances. So we have a very well thought out process as far as how these nuisances are going to be abated and how they're dealt with by our internally through the county and then beyond that through appeals. The first section you'll see is resolving emergency abate or emergency nuisances. So in those situations, we have provided for immediate action by our code enforcement officers. We either obtaining an order from the court or an administrative warrant to immediately come onto these properties and start addressing the issues which have an imminent threat to the health and safety and welfare of county residents. Whenever a situation is not an emergency, we have a process which allows for more notice to the property owners. Throughout this, you'll see there's a lot of due process allowed for property owners. Aside from the notice, the general thrust of this and the purpose of it is to try to gain voluntary compliance. So we want the owners of these properties to abate these their nuisance whenever possible, and that these situations don't become, the county's problem unless it's absolutely necessary. So with that, the process for non-emergency nuisances will start first with a notice to the property owner. If that cannot be addressed without any further process, you'll see that there's going to be a hearing officer appointed by yourselves. That hearing officer would hear the case to determine whether a nuisance exists under this ordinance or not. If a nuisance does exist, is found to exist by the hearing officer would prepare a draft resolution for this board to hear. If the board signed off on the resolution that there is a nuisance, it would go back to the property owner, and that property owner would have the opportunity again to try and correct the issue. If that issue is again not corrected, then we can go forward with the cleaning process ourselves. However, if the property owner contests the finding of the hearing officer, it can come back to this board for a hearing de novo, meaning it be heard again as if not heard by the hearing officer by this board. And a decision could be made by this board to determine whether a nuisance is present and whether to abate it. So you see there's several steps in the process for which this board will be responsible for deciding which properties to abate or which nuisances to abate and which ones to go forward with. So after it's heard by this board a second time, if the property owner again does not take care of the situation, then we can go forward with our cleaning in the clean and lien process and placing a lien on the property. Whenever, and again, there's still due process built into the process. So if there is if the property owner again contests the finding of this board like it did at the hearing officer below, that can be appealed to the district court, which would hear it not de novo like this board, but would hear it instead as administrative appeal under Rule 74. So just to see if there was some problem in the process or a more substantial lacking of evidence. That's a general outline of what it does. There's a lot of specifics in here. I'll note also that it gives us a lot of flexibility in our code enforcement office and to decide how to enforce against each individual property. At the point at which a nuisance is found by a code enforcement officer and before it is turned over to the administrative process of a hearing officer, it can instead be handled through the criminal court. So either the magistrate or district court with a criminal complaint. Oftentimes that's how different ordinance violations are handled now. Or it could be filed directly into district court as a civil case, asking for an injunction requiring the property owner to resolve the nuisance. So that is a very rough outline of our draft ordinance. Our Growth Management Director, Ellis Green, is also present to address some issues that her department and her code enforcement officers have found in reviewing the ordinance. The ordinance has also been shared with our county sheriff, who has made some comments about it and might potentially be here for this presentation online or in person, but did not confirm that before the hearing. With that, I can stand for any questions, or we can move on to Department Director Ellis Green's concerns.
Are there any questions of Esteban at the moment? Commissioner Hamilton?
Can we get a summary of what the intent of this is? And part of the reason I'm asking is I understand these things are triggered by having like a serious problem where we have people camping in a house, unintended. But I'm willing to bet that if we surveyed all the residents of Santa Fe County, many of them have extra vehicles in their yard, and it's kind of like a barking dog issue. A certain percentage of them become, well, you're going to do enforcement on the ones that you get complaints on, and now you get complaints from neighbors who have beefs going with each other. And so what are the protections against taking actions on, every homeowner that has like a tractor that broke down 2 years ago and they haven't fixed it, but they have legitimate need of it and their neighbor is bitching about it?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Hamilton, so I think that may also be the case with the current ordinances that we have. There could be complaints of selective enforcement or unequal enforcement. The reason that I think have a draft now of this ordinance is to have a way to enforce it and have something with more teeth than our current public nuisance ordinance in particular. Our public nuisance ordinance is really an excessive sound ordinance with 3 extra sections on it that address public nuisances. And while it has some language in there that would allow for a court to require a property owner to reimburse costs, it's not mandatory and it doesn't have a process thought out about how that would take place. So this ordinance is more about, I think, providing a well thought out process, providing more categories which could be a public nuisance, and having an ordinance that's more workable and usable by our code enforcement officers rather than kind of a vague, amorphous 3 sections that don't give them a process to which to follow. To answer some of your questions about due process, this ordinance has in it, as I've stated, several steps along the way where there is discretion that could be exercised by our code enforcement officers, a hearing officer, this board, at 2 steps could all decide that a nuisance or a reported nuisance or alleged nuisance is not actually a nuisance, or even if it meets a definition in here, this board could still decide that they would not want to find a nuisance or go forward with abatement of a property. So there's lots of protections and steps in the way, so that way a neighbor's complaint does not automatically become an action of the county.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton and Esteban. Commissioner Green, I believe you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The most recent situation that I've seen this has been in Los Alamos County, and it was a different type of nuisance. It was an incomplete abatement of at the Hilltop House, and Los Alamos County had to take over the property and go through a clean and lean sort of situation. How would this match up to Los Alamos County's version? Have you looked at theirs and how that was executed up there in that instance?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Green, I have not looked at Los Alamos County's ordinance. We looked at Bernalillo County's, the city of Santa Fe, the city of Gallup, and I think Doña Ana County's ordinances. So I can't speak directly to what differences there may be between ours and Los Alamos County's. I know Los Alamos County is formulated differently than Santa Fe County, so they may have some powers that Santa Fe County does not have and could affect what kind of ordinance they have in place. So I can't speak to that difference or what in that process would be different from something in our ordinance.
Okay, so in that case, it was a project that started with a asbestos remediation or abatement project that was sort of abandoned mid-project or very early in the project, and Los Alamos County seized the property to complete it, to remedy the public nuisance and the risk to people in the neighborhood and being exposed to the asbestos there. So anyway, I'd like to know if that would be of use for our ordinance and to make it our ordinance more useful. Second question related is once a lien is placed on this, is there a mechanism for recovering the money, both either one, if somebody refuses to pay it off, is there interest applied to the debt and lien? And then how is that computed? And then secondly, can these properties be liquidated at a certain amount of time after they've been liened upon, and say 5 years goes by and they're just sort of abandoned properties?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Green, so the situation that you have described sounds like something that could be addressed with our ordinance in Los Alamos. An uncompleted building with asbestos issues, or maybe an incomplete abatement of asbestos issues sounds like something that could be addressed with this ordinance. For your second question, so whenever there's a lien on a property, that lien can be enforced through a foreclosure of the lien. What we've found in looking at other counties or cities dealing with this issue is that even through foreclosure, a lot of times those liens are not completely satisfied. So it may result in a loss to the county cleaning these properties, and something that we'd probably have to consider going into it. But that's how we would be able to recover any money from a lien, is likely through a foreclosure if it wasn't paid voluntarily by a property owner.
And the accrual of interest and keeping up with inflation, we put $100,000 to clean a property, but inflation eats at that cost and we carry it for a few years. Is there a inflation or a penalty for it not being resolved timely?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Green, whenever a lien is foreclosed on, you can get attorney's fees and oftentimes insurance, depending on the lien and what's stated in there. For the actual foreclosure, again, that's subject to being able to, at an auction, get that amount for the property. So, yes, it's possible to get attorney's fees and also interest whenever you're foreclosing on a lien at a foreclosure sale. So that, I think, would probably be our strategy, but as I've stated, that's not always what happens in those situations.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions at the moment before we go to Penny?
Madam Chair, Esteban, I do have a question that can have maybe even more of a general answer, but Item 6, with regard to interference with watercourse or wetland, and it's my understanding that watercourses are under the authority of the Army Corps of Engineers, and that would sort of complicate enforcement. Is that something where if someone goes in, and I think I don't want to say it's common, but I've seen it throughout the county, where individuals will start backfilling in a waterway or what would otherwise be an arroyo, but then when the water isn't able to go through, then it creates these other issues. If that is something that is under the authority of the Army Corps of Engineers, how does the county work with an example like that or any other, because it says specifically has been duly permitted by federal, state, or local government with authority. Does the county have a mechanism to work with the other authorities to manage that type of situation?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Bustamante. You'll notice in several of these categories, there's things that might be covered by other entities, the New Mexico Environment Department, the Army Corps of Engineers, maybe the EPA. And I think it would be the county's position to try and report these things first to those federal or state agencies to try and get them to, work on these nuisances. To the extent that that doesn't happen, or for some other reason is unavailable, I think we'd be preempted probably by federal rules or federal law on the subject. But if it outside of that, we're trying to give the county as much flexibility and potential to correct these where we can. I think that's why it's worded broadly, and there is an exception in there. So if it's a state or federally permitted activity in a waterway, then of course we would not try to step in and see that as a nuisance.
On that point, when we in the past have done a lien, and we have worked with the Army Corps of Engineers, and they have usually been a partner with us. I'm going to go to Penny Alice Green, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Just really briefly, I did review this ordinance with our existing code enforcement officers, and I think that the concern was that there's a much higher bar with this ordinance than what we currently do. So currently, if we've got a junk vehicle, litter, unpermitted development, we issue a notice of violation, maybe we go to court, and the property owner is the one that fixes the situation. This ordinance would have us doing that, and in order to do that, there would be additional trainings needed. We would need supplies trainings like hazmat, safety procedures, PPE use. We would need to purchase PPE if they're going into slightly dangerous situations. Initial contact with the risk department, they have said they don't actually think that we should be doing going into dangerous buildings or buildings where there's infestation, where there's mold, things like that. So we will need to make sure we keep do all of the correct training. I think for my staff, I have 4 code enforcement officers that currently serve the whole county. We feel like we've been understaffed for a long time. My proposal would be to look at their job descriptions and see what we need to add in for training, and does that move them to a different range, but also to add more of a career ladder of a team leader, supervisor, probably 2 FTEs to handle this. We have an awful lot of additional things we need to do. It's likely that we'd be going to district court more often, going to the hearing officer meetings, the BCC meetings, all of which code enforcement officers don't do at the moment, and also a whole procurement side of this. So it's one thing my office is going in and saying it looks like there's mold, or looks like there's infestation, looks like it's structurally unsound, but we will need to hire contractors. So we will need to do the procurement for that, manage contracts for that, and as we go through the process, if it comes to demolition, we would again need to manage contractors doing that. So it brings kind of a whole almost project management kind of job into this, which more of a supervisory or team leader position would be needed in order to do that. So I don't think there was anyone saying, no code enforcement officer says that we shouldn't do this. We do know that there's issues in the county, but just understanding that we would need the funding and the additional FTEs in order to do that. And we will need to work through risk. And I would add, whether it's working with CID that condemn a building, whether it's the Environment Department, the OSC, the Army Corps of Engineers, we would have to do all of that communication as well, and we would probably have both entities try to get the situation cleaned up together.
Thank you, Penny. Would some of this fall under emergency management?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, a lot of what my code enforcement officers do is directly related to the code, and they work day in, day out with all the development review specialists. A portion of it absolutely would. We wouldn't send an officer into an unsafe situation if there were squatters or something like that without a sheriff's officer there. Currently, if they go to any of these properties, they do coordinate with the sheriff's office, but I imagine that any of these situations, we would need to coordinate with the sheriff's office each time. Whether the officer is under me or under the sheriff's office, I think they would still need to go out with an actual sheriff's officer if there was a dangerous situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And then CID would also be involved.
Madam Chair, for certain issues, CID can condemn a building. I just don't know how far they would go in order to do that. So this would give us the teeth to be able to go a little further, but we would certainly work with all the other entities, including CID, to see what they can do to help remedy the situation. And as Esteban said, first of all, we would want to see whether or not the property owner would actually clear up the situation before we moved in.
I mean, that is ultimately what we want to have happen. You know, it's their property, and, you know, instead of this hazardous happening, you know, make sure that property owners are given the opportunity to clean up their property, but if they're derelict or incapable, you know, then we might have to deal with this in a different way.
Absolutely, and we may well find that a lot of these property owners are not to be found. And so there'll be a lengthy period of time trying to identify and notice whoever may be relevant. And again, we would work with the legal department on each step of that.
Okay, any other questions, Commissioner Hamilton?
Yeah, usually for ordinances like this, like on a federal level, they're required to do a fiscal impact estimate that goes with it. I would request that we do that so that we know what we're looking at the county in terms of, I mean, I'm not sure how everybody who had, like you and other staff who deal with this, how many instances you think we're talking about and whatnot, but this could be a lot of staff and professional. I mean, it's an expansion. It sounds like it's likely a fairly large expansion of county jurisdiction and staff and activity in this area. And so I would request that we do a fiscal impact, basically a cost-benefit analysis of what it's the county, what we're gaining and what we're paying for doing it, because no matter what, this is going to compete with other critical things like, do you want low-income housing or clean and lean? And it may not, I mean, and I don't mean that, that's just an example. It's not, but everything is a choice compared to other things. So it's I'm not saying it's good or bad, I just think we need the information.
I think that a fiscal impact is something that we might have to do for each property. You know, No. Before you put that's a different thing. You're right, we would need that too, but that's what I'm asking for is the estimate based on, and it's just an estimate, but it's an estimate based on
how many properties we think we would be dealing with and what it would take and how diverse they are, so what kind of expertise we would need so we would know. Like, do we need, is this small enough that you're talking about 1 county staff or 20 county staff? I mean, it's never going to be exact, but it is, you know, an estimate.
And I think that that is why county management has put the $500,000 in the budget as a placeholder.
Yeah, but that,
You know, but it doesn't have a study or anything to go along with it.
yeah, I think based on what Director Ellis Green is saying and whatnot, I think it's reasonable to get a little more detail on those estimates and what it would really take. I mean, you know, this is in my mind, this is an incredibly difficult type of ordinance to implement, because you get certain extreme cases that are really, you know, everybody goes, we need to be able to take care of that. So there's very little argument that something's a nuisance. That doesn't define the nuisance, and it doesn't define the whole spectrum of what we were then asking to address, and that's what I'm asking. Like, you know, a nuisance is like the presence of automobiles, you know, inoperative automobiles. That's not a quantitative expression of what a nuisance, of, you know, what would limit a nuisance. And so the devil is in the details in something like this, so.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is related to Commissioner Hamilton's, and I do agree that, you know, as we move forward, it'd be good to have a better idea of what it's all going to cost. But I'm wondering if, and I know we have the line item in the budget that the manager put there as a placeholder, but Penny, did you put in your budget yet, or are you going to put an additional budget in for the staffing? Because I don't think what the manager put in was for the staffing, that was for the actual contracting with someone to haul away the vehicles or tear down the house or whatever. But how would we, have you come up with an estimate of what it's going to cost for your staff?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I am working with Risk and with HR to come up with some job descriptions, some prices, trainings, PPE costs, that kind of thing. So I will be able to bring that forward and work with the manager's office to let you know the cost for that. It wasn't put in our budget since we submitted our budget so long ago, but the questionable portion is, you know, how many contractors do you need for each property? And then if there is demolition, that's something that really is an unknown. And so I think there's a bit of both that you'll be looking at as we present anything to the board and know if you want to go forward. That's when maybe we can have an estimate as to how much it would cost to go through this for the individual property once we know what it is. But there will be recurring costs for the training, the FTE, the PPE, stuff like that. So that's something that I think we can narrow down a little bit with Risk and with HR.
Thank you, and I do think there's another way to look at this, which is that if we budget a certain amount of money and we use it up on 2 properties, well, then we have to wait till the next year to do the 3rd property. So we can limit it that way too. I mean, I think we know that there's several properties that really need to be dealt with because they're almost in an emergency situation, but, you know, going beyond that can partly be determined by how much money we've budgeted, or whether we want to, you know, take money out of reserves to handle more properties later on in the year.
Or the criteria is criminal activity, and, you know, the impact to public health and safety, you know, like junk cars might not be criminal activity, but, you know, some other format of something, you know, activity could be of drug dealing and fentanyl and et cetera. So I do think that it's as President Obama said, hard things are hard. This is another hard thing. And I think all of us up here recognize that. Yeah. Are there any other questions from anybody?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Bustamante.
I do want to just, I get that we could run out of the money fast. It's a potential way of this panning out, but I want to play off of what you just said. The fact is there are properties right now that, as Penny Ellis Green mentioned, where we don't even know who the owners are. And when we have the refuse right now, there isn't any real way to contact someone to take care of something that has the abandoned, in one case, in a particular area, it's a dilapidated building with a car and other things that really house vermin. I mean, and there's really no way to actually do that. Now, the opportunity there is to actually have those who regulate. So now if we say, well, they had waste oil and those issues, then it's likely going to be the other regulator that's going to come in, like the state. If they are disposing of a lot of drums with 55-gallon used oil in one particular situation. In another situation, we haven't been able to do anything with law enforcement because at the moment, you almost have to catch someone doing it red-handed if there's a crack house or a drug house in a particular area, and the sheriff goes by all the time, but until they actually see them doing something, there isn't any real way to do it. Meanwhile, the place is completely dilapidated. It doesn't meet any kind of code. This gives the county more authority, if you will, to start the conversation. I would say I tend to be an optimist, that as soon as people know that they have been informed that someone's going to go in and clean it, and it's been reported to the authorities who make sure that 55-gallon drums, and it can even be smaller amount of oil or waste, whatever, or they are doing crack, that the sheriff now is going to get involved. As soon as that happens, ideally, those entities would start cleaning up. They don't want to have someone continue to follow up. We have a property where the owner is now deceased, and the people who live there are essentially squatting on the land. There's no real authority right now by the county to say or do anything. And the people living in that home don't actually own it. And it's really tidied up a lot, but it's one of those where if the county had some authority to go in and say you can't keep putting those in that place, that gets us one step closer to this is a whole illegal corner lot. That's the kind of thing where I think it's going to play out more like that on a smaller scale than having to, go with the first 100,000 to the first person that we talk to, and we're just dropping $100K down the road as we start pointing out all the arroyos and the drug houses and it's not necessarily going to go that way. And I'm thinking it will likely go more towards the county has the authority, say something, this is a nuisance, and now get those others who have the authority to pick up the big problems moving in that order as well, which leads me back to then the Army Corps of Engineers is going to step in. We don't really have to take a backhoe out there to clear up that arroyo and onward ho. That would be the ideal way that this would work.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. So are there any other questions from the commissioners? Otherwise, I'm going to move on. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Commissioner Green seems to be raising his hand on WebEx.
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner Green. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you, Madam Chair. Just to Commissioner Bustamante's concept with a deceased landowner and potentially accruing property taxes not being paid, that could become another trigger to expedite sales or liquidation or foreclosure processes. And so I wonder if there's a way to sort of add that in to sort of expedite the fact that it becomes a abandoned property at a certain level. So I don't know where that, it's for discussion, but I'd love to understand how that can fit into that. So thank Thank you for entertaining the question, and we can look at that when this comes forward.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Green. Thank you, Esteban. Thank you, Annie Ellis Green. And we will move on to the next presentation. Thank you. This is a presentation on Santa Fe County Fire Department Volunteer Staffing Plan per resolution number 2022-087. Public Safety Department, Chief Jacob Black, and County Manager Office, Elias Bernardino. Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for having me here this evening. I'm here to present to you our staffing plan for our volunteer fire districts. And we have a presentation, and the packet material with the full detailed staffing plan was provided in the packet material for this item this evening. So, as mentioned, Resolution 2287, which was passed last October by this board, did a number of things. One, it highlighted the importance of volunteers within our combination department. It also highlighted the importance of collaboration, that we need to be working together to deliver those emergency services to the people of Santa Fe County. It also set some expectations. One of those expectations was a target goal of 300 volunteer members to serve the people of Santa Fe County in conjunction with our regional staff. Also allowed for additional recommendations to be made on that. It also set forth the expectation that within 6 months of the next fire chief being hired, that a staffing plan would be developed and presented to you. And that's what brings me here this evening, as I have the opportunity to start serving as the fire chief in December. So that's what brings me here this evening. The staffing plan that was presented in the packet material was put together collaboratively with the efforts of many, many people. It's the result of a lot of hard work of our district chiefs who really worked diligently in providing feedback, insight to their districts, and their subject matter expertise for their local communities. During that time, we met through our regular District Chiefs Association meetings, which are at least 3 hours once a month. And then additionally, we had 2 full working day sessions in January and in April to work on addressing the needs that were outlined in the staffing plan. Additionally, we had a number of either individual meetings, phone calls, or at minimum email exchanges specifically soliciting information from each and every district chief. Santa Fe County Fire Department is made up of 14 volunteer fire departments, of which we currently have 12 volunteer fire chiefs. 2 fire chiefs are overseeing 2 districts due to staffing needs and their ability to help cover other districts. We have 2 district chiefs, Chief Joseph Sandoval, who covers the La Puebla and Poake districts. He's our District Chiefs Association president. He was hoping to be here tonight, but got called away on a last-minute work assignment. We're also joined here with District Chief Terry Prothro, who's our vice president chair for the District Chiefs Association as well. So Chief Prothro, thank you for being here this evening. The staffing plan that we're going to be covering this evening, we're going to touch briefly on the history and the current structure of Santa Fe County Fire Department. We're going to review the current state of volunteerism, both national trends as well as local trends as well. We're going to also look at the path forward. How do we move forward and get to having a robust volunteer network within our department? We're also going to then address our goals and timelines to get us there. So Santa Fe County Fire Department was formed in 1997. Prior to that, there were 15 individual volunteer fire departments that provided emergency services to the people of Santa Fe County. Some of those districts had ambulances. Others, there were private entities that were offered ambulance services, or the city of Santa Fe would respond out to provide EMS services. In 1997, Santa Fe County Fire Department was formed under Ordinance 1997-11. The individual fire departments were then moved into being districts and operated under the overall department, Santa Fe County Fire Department. At its peak, it's reported that 300 to 400 volunteers served the people of Santa Fe County and delivered emergency services. Shortly after Santa Fe County Fire Department was formed, regional staff were hired to deliver emergency services to the citizens of Santa Fe County. They were strategically placed at district stations and worked Monday through Friday shifts, typically 8 to 5, to cover that gap while volunteers were at work. As the need for emergency services rose, so did our FTEs. Shortly thereafter, the department started putting in regional ambulances that operated 24/7, 365 days a year, operated by our regional staff. The fire department's first fire chief saw the need for additional services, and he started Project 48. Project 48, which intended to triple the number of regional staff over the course of 5 fiscal years. And that was in the early 2000s that I believe he started that project. Currently, Santa Fe County Fire Department still operates as a very complex and extensive volunteer and paid fire department. We currently have 112 district members across that operate out of the 14 fire districts, and have 32 fire stations within those 14 fire districts. Theirs are further organized into north, south, east, and west. That's where we saw our initial regional ambulances put into place. We're in those 4 geographical regions. We currently have 99 regional members when we're fully staffed, and those are divided between 3 rotating shifts to provide coverage 24/7 throughout our fire regions. Now I want to talk a little bit about the current state of volunteerism and the national trends that we're seeing. The National Fire Protection Agency puts out an annual fire department profile. And the first year they did that was in 1983, when they had just under 900,000 volunteer firefighters in the nation. Over the last nearly 4 decades, there's been a decline of over 200,000 volunteer firefighters, a 23% decline in volunteer firefighters nationwide. Additionally, the Wall Street Journal did a survey. They had conducted a survey in 1999, and they followed up with that survey in December of 2022. And they surveyed Americans and how they prioritized what they coined traditional American values. And one of those values that they surveyed was community engagement. In 1999, that was 47% of Americans valued community engagement, and in December of 2022, that decreased to 27%. Furthermore, as we look at the statistics of what target range we're looking at for firefighters, we see that 70% of firefighters are between the ages of 20 and 49. And so that's typically where our majority of our firefighters' age group falls. A CBS News article reported earlier this year that 7.2 million men between the ages of 24 to 54 have simply left the workforce. They said that they're not actively looking for jobs, they're not engaging with their families, and they're actually spending up to 7 hours a day in leisure time watching screens. And so that's so those things and the previous slide really point to, we're seeing a decrease in our workforce as well as our volunteer pools as well. Now, as we look at Santa Fe County, we currently have 112 district members. Those district members vary from operational to support roles and non-emergency functions and supporting administrative functions. Since in the first quarter of 2023, we've had 87 district members respond to a minimum of 1 call. Now that varies. There's some that have responded to 1 call, while we have others that vary and have responded to well over 100 calls. We have further data on that we've discussed with our individual fire chiefs, and they have that specific for their districts. Additionally, one thing that has greatly helped us understand our volunteers and the environment that we're operating in is census data. GIS put together census data for us that's been tremendous, and we actually have the population of each fire district broken down along with the average household income living expenses, and things of that nature. And so that's been great to help us understand how our districts operate, not only who we're serving, but who could be potential volunteers as well. As we've worked with our district chiefs, one of the things that they've reported back to us is that the hardest time of day for us to have a volunteer response is typically during Monday through Friday between 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's when people are going to work, they're commuting, they're getting ready for work, they're coming home, and that's the hardest time of day for us to engage and have district responders come. If we look at our call volume for 2022, we had over 7,800 calls. And those calls are broken down on your screen there by district. You can see that there's some districts with a very, very high call volume and some districts with a rather low call volume. The bolded districts there with the asterisks, those are the districts where we have regional staff placed, and you can see how that corresponds with the call volume and the needs that are there. Additionally, things that we have seen when it comes to the GIS data and census data is that the call volume correlates directly with the populations within those fire districts as well. Back in 2018, the fire department started putting together a strategic plan for 2019 to 2023. Now, we've seen some interruptions in that strategic plan due to COVID, leadership changes, things like that. However, they started that strategic plan, looked back 5 years at some very important data. And when we put those two together, this is the result of that graph. In 2014, there was roughly 6,800 emergency calls and 20,000 volunteer responses. And you can see that that number has declined as the call volume has gone up, yet the volunteer responses has declined. For 2022, we had over 7,800 calls and we had 8,545 volunteer responses. So you can see that this has been a trend that is really on par with our national trends, and what we're working to do is going to try to reverse this. So Santa Fe County, as that graph showed, has seen a steady decline in volunteerism, and we're making every effort moving forward to address that so that we can build a healthy and robust volunteer system that best meets the needs of Santa Fe County. As we look to do that, we found some resources that were very, very helpful. The National Volunteer Firefighter Council has a Make Me a Firefighter program, and it actually is an incredible program that gives resources to volunteer fire departments, connects actually people. People can log into their website, say, I live in this area, and it will actually connect them to our district chiefs to get people engaged. A part of some of the resources is that they put together what they call their marketing funnel, and it's how to move somebody from a citizen into a service position. And there's 5 steps there. There's interest. So they have to know that the fire department's there, and they have to be able to know that it exists. And the next is invite. So they have to be engaged and invite. Next, they sample. They see what it takes to become a firefighter. Next, they commit. That commitment is not only from the individual committing to the fire department, but it's the fire department committing to the individual, saying that we're going to be here, we're going to train you, we're going to equip you, we're going to get you to the point where you can serve your community. The next key is training. Without training, they're not going to be able to serve. They're not going to have the knowledge, the expertise, or the ability to serve their community. So this provides a great foundation for us to be able to take this and apply this to Santa Fe County. For Santa Fe County, the first step is interest. We have some districts that do a phenomenal job about gaining interest through newsletters, through just marketing, through putting signs out. They have a great presence in their communities. And that's one of the things that we've learned throughout the district chief's engagement throughout this process is there's some things that districts are doing really, really well that we're looking to transfer to other districts so that we can take those successes countywide. And engagement, interest, and gaining interest is one of those things. The next is engage. Engage is actually having a conversation with somebody and talking to them about opportunities to serve and really, really fostering that interest. There's ways that we're going to be looking at doing that. There's some districts that do pancake breakfasts, cookouts, 4th of July, parades, open houses, open trainings. Those are the types of things that we are going to be looking to implement and take countywide so that we can start engaging people. Another resource that the National Volunteer Firefighter Council put together was they put together an incredible documentary called Odd Hours, No Pay, Cool Hat. It's an hour and a half long. They just released it this spring, and it's a phenomenal documentary on volunteer firefighting and how important it is. And so they're going to be offering means to be able to host movie nights that we look to do at potentially some district stations as well as other venues as well. And that will really foster the engaging our community. Next is the application process to bring our citizens or our potential volunteers into the department. This is really that commit portion of the marketing funnel for the National Volunteer Firefighter Council. We have a pretty extensive application process. There's an application and there's a number of steps in that. Ordinance 1997-11 states that for onboarding and training that we need to try to match those with the regional staff and volunteer staff as close as possible. And so we need to work in conjunction with the district chiefs. And while we have room to grow, we've made some great strides. We're working on trying to develop quick and effective ways to get people through the application process engaged so we don't lose them. Steps that are currently involved are things such as a firefighter physical if they're going to be actively engaging in fire suppression, and also psychiatric evaluations to ensure that our members and our citizens are safe. And so we are working to refine this process and develop it, and we're working collaboratively with our district chiefs to do so. The fourth portion is training. Training is absolutely key in this step. We can have recruitment, we can get people in the door, but if we're not able to train them, then that's going to be a challenge. Training is going to be a priority as we're seeing an increase requirement in training through national standards as well as industry standards as well. So ISO gauges they have to do 240 hours of new training during the first year of a new recruit. And for a firefighter or a responder that's continuing after that, an additional 192 hours of training every year after that. Additionally, if you're a medical provider, EMT, then you have an additional 20 to 30 hours of training on top of that. So training is absolutely key, and that's something that we've heard from our district chiefs that has come back, that they need more training, that if we're going to be recruiting more people, we really need to make our training division robust and be able to meet those demands of our increased recruitment. The fifth step is serve. One of the key things that the strategic plan from 2000 that we put together for 2019 to 2023, it identified that new service opportunities need to be identified. And that's one thing that we are going to be pursuing to try to develop new opportunities to engage the community, to get somebody who understands that, hey, to be a volunteer with Santa Fe County Fire Department, it doesn't mean that I have to run into a burning building, but there's other avenues to serve as well. The sixth and final step for Santa Fe County would be retention. We can have our recruitment on point, we can have our training on point, but if we're not able to retain our members, then again, we might be missing the boat in developing a healthy and robust volunteer program. So we're looking to focus on retention through two mechanisms. One, making the current retention incentives a little bit more robust. One of those is our volunteer stipend program that we have that's outlined in Resolution 2019-5. There's some changes that we're hoping to make in that. Additionally, we're looking to support the level of administrative support to our district chiefs. They do a lot of administrative functions when it comes to grant applications, para, finance, things of that nature. And so we want to take that burden off of them so that volunteering is not a burden, but it's a joy. We also want to look at pursuing a number of different retention initiatives. The district chiefs brought forth a number of benefits that they thought would be very beneficial in retention. However, we were going to need to spend some time to do some due diligence to make sure that that we can do that with federal law, state constitution, and things like that. Things such as insurance or property tax. We need to do due diligence to really invest time and energy to make sure that retention incentives are feasible. So now we'll look at the opportunities that our department currently has. We have a number of opportunities that are outlined in our district bylaws that really provide a great foundation for us to build upon. That's our active members. Those are trained members who are certified, and there's voting and non-voting. That depends on how many calls and trainings that they make, and that helps them. Active members who are voting are able to vote in district elections, things of that nature. We have auxiliary staff who come in and do support roles such as finance or working on a newsletter or cleaning the station, things of that nature. We also have trainees, that's the pipeline for a member to become certified. We have limited duty, somebody who is certified but may not be physically capable of doing certain tasks. And then we also have a very unique program, our junior program, which allows us to engage 16 and 17-year-olds and get them involved in the fire department. So these are our current opportunities that we're looking to build upon, to really garner interest within our community to get them involved. However, there are other opportunities and programs that we're looking to pursue. When it comes to our programs, we really want to build a highly effective juniors or explorers program to engage our high school students. If you look at a lot of our volunteers or even our regional staff, they started as a junior. They started when they're 16, 17 years old, and they get in, they love it, and they stay with it. And additionally, I see that we have the opportunity to change Santa Fe County. We have the opportunity to affect the next generation, to get them to serve their community, to invest in their community. And that's really where I feel like we can have a huge impact. Additionally, as we talk with our district chiefs, they're open to a number of opportunities. When we've shared with them about our Mobile Integrated Health, or our COOP program, a lot of people are very interested in that they're maybe not be running on a 911 call, but they might be going to a neighbor who slipped and fell last week that have been discharged from the hospital that they can follow up on. So there's opportunities that we're going to be looking at pursuing with our Mobile Integrated Health team as well. And then we also want to explore our different population groups. I talked a little bit about high school students. I think that that's a tremendous opportunity. But then also we want to look at non-U.S. citizens as well. So one thing that Santa Fe County has a great opportunity is that a lot of public safety around us and around the nation, you have to be a U.S. citizen to be involved and to serve. Not so for Santa Fe County. They have legal status, and we have a number of those individuals that are high contributing members within our department. We have members from England, from Canada, from Germany. We've had members from Australia, and we have a number of people from Mexico that are all high contributors to our department that have really served well, and it's amazing to see how they're serving their community. Another potential is retirees. As we look at that gap between Monday through Friday during regular business hours, we want to try to pursue retirees to come in different manners to be able to serve and meet the needs of the county and serve the citizens as well. Now we'll talk a little bit about just our goals and our timelines. We'll talk a little bit about how we've developed them, specifically our staffing goals, and our program and administrative goals. So as we looked to develop these goals, we met with each individual fire chief, and they set a goal for their individual fire district that would be their ideal staffing. I believe a number of things that went into that were what their capacity was, their call volume, factors within their district, and that's what set that goal. The district chief's total goal was 197 district members. And we looked at how do we gauge that? Do we gauge that active, auxiliary? How do we define that? Well, we see a number of volunteers go from auxiliary or support roles to active members and moving back and forth. And we also wanted to make sure that we could capture everything as a whole. We didn't want to just measure people coming into the department because, again, if we weren't retaining them, then it's not solving the problem. And so we decided to set the goal as total district membership so that we could capture not only the recruitment and the training, but also the retention of our district members as well. So some of our guidelines, as we move forward with our goals, we determined that we would like to set the goal of 200 district members over the course of the next 5 fiscal years. When we look at that, that's going to be a steady incline of volunteers over the next five fiscal years. And we will continually reassess our progress, and if we can increase that goal, then we will. We want as many district members here as possible, and we will be continually reassessing that goal. And we projected this over the course of the next 5 years for a number of reasons. But we see that as there's been a steady decline, we project that it's going to take some time to move forward and really build that robust network of volunteers. And with that too, I wanted to highlight in the detailed staffing report, there is a goal specifically broken down for every fire district, and additionally how we will engage that district to help support them meet their recruitment and retention efforts as well. As we look at the program and administrative goals, we look at what we need to make happen to ensure that we see success in this. One of those is organizing our administrative staff and filling those vacancies. We hope to do that this summer, and we'll be moving forward with that hopefully in May. Additionally, we hope to increase and restructure our district stipends. Under Resolution 2019-5, we can do a 3% increase. However, looking at cost of living increases and other factors, we want to be able to take a deeper dive into that resolution and create different avenues so that if district members come in and do a 24 or 12-hour shift, that we can potentially address a stipend with that. Currently, the stipend is only for calls and for trainings. So we do have some initiatives right now where people are coming in to do overnight shifts and staffing a volunteer ambulance. However, if they have no calls, then they don't receive the stipend. So there's things like that that we're wanting to pursue. Also, we're planning on evaluating and implementing reasonable benefits. That's going to take some time, but that is something that we will be working on over the next fiscal year. As we look specifically for our Junior and Explorer program, we want to really clearly define and build that and have that done by the end of this fiscal year, by the end of this calendar year. But in the meantime, we also want to be engaging with our school and getting out to our high schools, looking to see if we can offer first aid or CPR to some of those health classes, things of that nature. We also really hope to be able to offer an EMT basic class. We can have, you don't have to be 18 to go through an EMT class, so you can actually do that at 16 and 17 years old. And I really hope that we can get out and do that and engage our high schoolers and offer that to them. Also, we want to adopt a revised district bylaws or update our district bylaws. That's really the contract that kind of outlines everything for our fire districts and is really the foundation for us to move forward. And lastly, we want to look to update the Santa Fe County Ordinance 1997-11 and make that a little bit more modern, make sure that we're able to comply with everything and that we'll be able to have it be adaptable and meet the needs of the department. So as we move forward, there's going to be a number of things that we need for us to be successful. That's restructuring our fire administration, filling vacancies, also working to relieve command and district staff of administrative duties so that they can focus on recruitment, retention, and serving the needs of delivering emergency services. Also, we need to build a robust recruitment, EMS, and training division. We'll be updating our district bylaws, looking to update those resolutions and ordinances. And so with that, I thank you for your time. I now stand for any questions.
Thank you, Chief Black. Any questions? That was a fairly comprehensive overview, and I appreciate you taking the time to give us this overview. Commissioner Hamilton?
Well, not so much. First of all, thank you very much for coming forward with this. It was a great amount of work. I want to like make a few comments, because who can resist? Like, you know, one of the things you're valued for is your connection to both volunteers and career staff, and your ability to reach out to everybody. So you didn't, you presented a little bit on that. I'm sure it wasn't emphasized that much, but that's a fabulous thing. And so that's something that, you know, I wanted to note. You also have a whole bunch of ideas in here, and a lot of them are really good. You mentioned one also that might require some changes, like enabling legislation, I guess you might call it, and I would like to chat with you about that, because, you know, that's something that, you know, could potentially, not me alone, anybody up here could potentially help with. And so I guess that's, you know, I have no problem with your targets, 200. It's not what I put in, but it also has to be realistic. Like, I think we should be 100% staffed at the county, and we're not, and it's not for lack of trying, right? So it's really like the process and the emphasis. You know, I keep thinking about, because it's partly what I do in my other job, this idea of report like this needs to support what you have to go after. And I don't fully buy into that because the trend in volunteerism in Santa Fe County mimics the national trend, that's the entire problem. And I'm willing to bet you've talked to district chiefs and admin staff and everybody else a lot about this. And I'm not sure the full nature of the legacy problem. It's not necessarily a problem now. Some things are legacy problems that have to be addressed, are fully described. Having said that, I recognize there's no value in finger pointing. That's not the point. If you can think of a way, if there are some problems that can be alluded to enough to support why you have to address them, like the administration that you want to take, I don't think you put taking administrative burdens off volunteers as one addressable problem because it sounds like a random good idea. That's something that I think has been discussed over the years I was participating. You might think about having something in the report that sort of captures that in a, I can't think of any better way to say it than a PC way. I mean, it doesn't matter how some of those kinds of problems were generated or if there was who was responsible, but you might want to document, and if there are other similar things, you might want to document them besides, maybe not as comprehensively, but to some extent in addition to the, volunteerism trends. But that's clearly really important. And then I would just say, it would be great to then get reports back on how you feel we're doing, maybe a couple of times a year, because I would think this is something that, certainly something I want to really support, and that includes budget and, whatever. And I imagine, my colleagues might want to also. So it would be great, to get reports back from you periodically. So, good job.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, thank you very much. Yes, you bring up some very good points. Those are things that I will look to try to capture, and I am happy to report back and provide updates on our status.
Yeah, just some thoughts. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you very much. This is really informative, and I really appreciate your good work.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chief Black, we appreciate the efforts towards volunteerism. We know that's an important part of the fire department, and we need those volunteers. So laying out a plan to recruit and bring in the volunteers is really important. So, and I recognize that it might not be the 300 that we had, but like we hope that you can meet the goal, the first goal, and then increase it even more. So thank you once again. Yes, Commissioner Hamilton.
I had one more thought, because you pursue like all higher education for Black, general term, right? And I know you've put some of it on hold, but this is a pretty comprehensive analysis that might actually be, and set of ideas that might actually be beneficial to other people, like for publication and even within the scope of the additional education that you're pursuing? Have you thought about sharing this? Or not in this format, but you know what I'm driving at.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, yes. So thank you for that. I do, as I have networked and worked with other emergency professionals across the nation, I am working with other department chiefs that are facing similar challenges. And there's a department in Illinois that is basically where we're at, or should I say where we were 10 or 15 years ago. And so I've been working with him to try to, actually before we actually became a department. So they have 15 or 14 individual fire departments. They don't have one fire department, and yet they're facing the same challenges that we are today, but they have 14 individual fire departments. And so I am working closely with other professionals across the nation to try to collaborate as well. So thank you.
Yeah, that's just a point of interest, not really relevant.
Thank you once again, Chief Black. And we will now move on to matters of public concern. This is not about the public hearing that we are going to have later. This is for issues that are not on the agenda. So I have a few people on this list in front of me, so I'm going to go down the list. William Mee is the first person on the list. And we'll do 3 minutes. Daniel?
William Mee, 2073 Camino Samuel Montoya, President of the Agua Fria Village Association. Chairperson and Commissioners, thank you for doing the Daniel Ellsberg Week. As an affected community of several nuisance properties around 2500 Lopez Lane, which are involved in the illicit drug trade and the fencing of stolen goods, we thank you for updating Ordinance 2009-11. Having come the last few commission meetings on this topic, it seems as things are settling down. Another topic is to thank you for supporting Agua Fria Village in expanding our traditional historic community to include Phase 3 Area 1B annexation area. Then to support us in standing up to the city injunction. As you know, the mayor pulled out of the settlement annexation agreement in 2018, which was scheduled to end in 2020. The city filed the injunction at 3:52 on Friday, April 21st, and sent out a press release on it at 4:29 p.m. the same day. It took 5 days to get a press release on the public safety emergency of the collapse of the West Alameda roadway in our area. So I guess we know the priorities. We look at Area 1B as a place where the transfer of development rights can be used for a vacant 13 and 17 acre parcel in the middle of the village where affordable housing can be built. And we feel that the city land grab will irreparably harm the village's future. We had already spoken to both Mike Lofton of HomeWise and the county housing director, Joseph Montoya, to help us with this project in 2022. So we We hope to stay strong. We hope the county stays strong with us, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mee. Next, I'll go to Mary Jane Parks.
Hello, Commissioners, Madam Chair. I'm a constituent of Commissioner Hamilton's, but today I am speaking on behalf of tens of thousands of Democratic voters as I'm Vice Chair of the Santa Fe County Democratic Party. Our party sees the urgent need to acquire 15,000 square feet of space in order to run secure elections. The warehouse or similar safe, stable building must meet Secretary of State specifications, which are 3 here. The clerk's office has control of ballots. 2, include a generator to protect critical infrastructure. And 3, include adequate electrical to support 140 tabulators. We appreciate your time and work for solutions with the clerk's office and know that you also seek the safety of ballots, which Santa Fe voters expect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Next, I'll go to David Thompson.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm David Thompson, Second Vice Chair of the Democratic Party of Santa Fe County. So on the same matter, the County Democratic Party is concerned that recent changes in pay scales at the county seem to have resulted in staffing problems in the elections office. We provided more details in a letter to you, the commissioners, so I won't go into detail here. But to summarize, elections are at the heart of our democracy, and we need to make sure that the county provides sufficient resources to ensure that voters in Santa Fe County are able to vote without any impediments in both local elections this fall and in the primary and general elections next year. The staffing issues particularly concern us as a labor issue. It seems to us like there are anomalously large differences in pay for similar work in different departments, and that those differences have led to staffing problems. We're also concerned that there be sufficient and suitable space provided for election administration, particularly for the secure processing and storage of ballots. We heard today that there may be progress on the space issue, and we're glad to hear that. We hope that similar progress can be made in budgeting for sufficient staff to ensure that we have well-administered elections here in Santa Fe County. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next is Sid Monroe.
Thank you, Madam Chair and County Commissioners. Thank you for your time. I know you've had a long afternoon. My name is Sid Monroe, and today I am appearing before you on behalf of nearly 200 of your constituents who live and vote in Area 1B. We thank you for hearing and approving our petition that we submitted for the April 5th Commission meeting. On Friday, just after 5 p.m., we became aware that the City of Santa Fe was intent on challenging the validity of our signatures on a legal technicality. This morning, after just 48 hours of recanvassing, we submitted 154 signatures to the county clerk on new pages with a heading that meets the requirements. 154 registered voters exceeds the required 25%, and we are continuing to collect signatures, and we are confident we will reach or exceed our previous total in the next days. The recent incendiary moves by the City of Santa Fe and HomeWise have galvanized the residents further. The residents of Area 1B are united. The legal filing by the city is astounding in that it seeks to overturn the will and the rights of the very people it claims to care about, the same people it has willfully ignored for 14 years. We are pursuing a rightful legal remedy to petition the Santa Fe County that is explicitly spelled out in the very settlement agreement the city has been in violation of. Quote, residents of Area 1 shall be permitted to submit a petition or petitions with the Board of County Commissioners to include portions of Area 1 in the Agua Fria Traditional Historic Community prior to annexation, end quote. Finally, one more time, there is nothing in our petition about zoning or development. We are not anti-housing, we are not anti-development, and we are certainly not anti-affordable housing. We respectfully ask the Board of County Commissioners to continue to hear our voices and support us, and approve the ordinance to continue as their constituents within the county having full authority for our services and needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sid. Next is the San Marcos Association. That's fine, okay. So that's all the people. Is there anybody else in the chambers who wants to speak on matters from the public that does not have to do with our land use case? Okay, seeing none. Are there people online?
Madam Chair, we have 2 people signed up to speak that are online. Carolina Lopez would be the first one.
Good afternoon. My name is Carolina Lopez, and I come to you today to encourage this amazing commission to consider allocating elections funding for personnel and warehousing needs in the upcoming Santa Fe County budget allocation process. And I speak to you today as both a seasoned election administrator and the elections director for the Partnership for Large Election Jurisdictions, PLEDGE for short. I can tell you that election offices play a very delicate role in trying to balance the functional need to deliver safe, secure, modern elections, and doing so in the most fiscally prudent manner for local taxpayers. And I think we've gotten a little bit of that today, right? Elections have dramatically changed in the last decade, not just in Santa Fe, not just in New Mexico, but across the country. And sometimes the org chart or the budgets, someone remain flat until there's a significant investment required to bring the office up to date. And I believe that we're in those times now, right? There's typically some federal funding, some state funding for one-off projects, but the reality is that the largest funding source really comes from the allocation of local tax dollars by the local government. Following the passage of the historic New Mexico Voting Rights Act earlier this year, the Santa Fe clerk and other clerks throughout the state will have the added responsibility to retrofit their operations pretty quickly, right, to be ready for the 24 cycle. We have 2 federal elections, and we have the added benefit of having a new set of mandates to ensure that all eligible voters are able to vote. But I will say that a key part of the compliance will really rely on the success or the need of funding to meet some of these requirements. So I really just wanted to share with you and urge you to consider, as the budget process moves through the processes and approvals in the coming weeks and months, that you would consider making an investment in the elections operation in this county, making sure that, and really understanding that there will be more voters requesting mail ballots now that they're able to permanently. And just these things just take more space, more equipment, more personnel. And unlike other operations, elections processes really do require technical, highly qualified individuals throughout every step of the operation: registration, ballot counting, records management, and everything in between. I can tell you from personal experience, having an elections warehouse that's permanent, as a permanent fixture, tends to be a little bit more economical in the long run, especially when funding is finite and important to manage prudently. Sometimes it just costs more to retrofit a warehouse temporary space. You spend money to move things, you spend money to realign equipment, you spend money to staff security and ensure that everything is as it should. So just asking this commission if you would consider in this budget process to properly to set up the elections process for success with proper funding for personnel and warehouse in the coming budget. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you, Carolina. Next.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Sarah Gonski.
Evening. My name is Sarah Gonski, and I am a senior policy advisor at the Institute for Responsive Government. We're a nonpartisan group with a mission to help policymakers find solutions that make government more efficient, accessible, and responsive to its citizens. As we sort of all know, part of the government's core commitment to its people is to make sure that it's allocating resources wisely. We know you have to weigh a lot of competing priorities in the budgetary process. We've heard about some of those today. All good ideas, all good things that the council is called upon to weigh. Elections are one of the government's most mission-critical responsibilities. Our willingness to appropriately fund election administrators just directly impacts our ability to have safe, secure, and accurate elections. That's why we asked the council today to fully support any election administration budgetary requests that are made during the upcoming budgetary process. The funding needs in this area are real. Across the state and in this county, we're seeing high turnover in election officials. And it's not hard to see why. They're often underpaid, and they've been working in an environment that's at times been rude, ungrateful, and sometimes even threatening. They're putting in a lot of unpaid overtime. They're making do with a lot of outdated equipment and technology. If we value smooth elections, we've got to fund them. Fully funding the county's elections would enable election staff to be paid at rates that are comparable to other county government positions and positions in the private sector, would fund appropriately outfitted physical spaces for their work, and would save money in the long run. We know that, again, you have a lot of competing interests to weigh, and we ask you to prioritize elections for the mission-critical responsibility that it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Daniel, is there anyone else?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody else on WebEx indicating that they'd like to speak during this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I want to check in with my other commissioners. I would like to go on to the public hearing after I do matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. Is everyone okay with that? Okay. Nice to have a little break somewhere. Okay, so why don't we go through matters from the county commissioners and take a 5-minute break, and then we'll go to the public hearing, and then the last matter will be matters from the county attorney. Is that all right with everyone? Yeah, well, we'll do dinner at county attorney. Okay, so matters from county commissioners. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple things. I wanted to thank the sheriff for helping me with a town hall that we jointly put on last week at the sheriff's office for the residents of the Arroyo Coyote area. It was well attended. We had a full house, and we talked a lot about the clean and lean ordinance, as well as the sheriff's response to some of the criminal activity in the neighborhood. And also want to thank Commissioner Bustamante for sharing her liaison with me, Brittany, and while we search for a replacement for Olivia. We all know Olivia can't be replaced, but we will do our best. Also, I'm planning to have, at some time next week, another town hall, just a general one, online like I do every month usually, and Brittany and Olivia will help me set that up probably on Tuesday, but we'll work on that. And finally, I really liked the presentation on the clean and lean ordinance we had today, so if we could do something similar for the transferable development rights at our next meeting to get that one moving along. I think that one's also ready to go pretty much. And that's it for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. The county supported the Village of La Cienega's presentation with a water presentation, and it was very, very good. Michelle Hunter supported that, and our Daniel went with his cameras and videotaped the presentation with Stacy Timmons, giving us the expertise of how the hydrological system is affected and not affected in our area, so in the La Cienega area. So it was very well attended, it was very informational, and big gratitude for both Michelle Hunter and Daniel for being there and supporting that conversation. As well as I've done some community visits, and interestingly enough, speeding in those more rural areas continues to be an issue, which I've made a big part of my, I would say, commitment during my placement on this commission, and looking forward to working with the community members in identifying what will work best for slowing traffic down in the communities of Galisteo, Madrid, and La Cienega. Haven't met with the Edgewood community regarding these issues. As well, we are working with the village of Madrid in cleaning up some of their public restrooms facilities and helping them get the services that they need, given that they are a pretty hefty little community, but very, very much visited tourist location. So they need that kind of public facility. As well, I put out the electronic newsletter. Thank you for your guidance on that, Chair Hansen, on how to work with my liaison to get the newsletter put together. And with the barcodes that they have now created, I will be sending that out hard copy to my constituents so that they know that they can get the rest of the information online, as I've surveyed and some people didn't receive it. So I'm looking forward to having people being able to access that information. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you. I had an exceedingly small but interesting, always worthwhile town hall. I guess last week. It was virtual, and I wanted to send out a special thanks to Michelle Hunter for attending that and providing some really useful information and valuable conversation. So thank you, Michelle. That was entirely above and beyond. Everybody knows we did Earth Day on Earth Day, and I just wanted to say I thought it was just an outstanding event. It was incredibly informative. It was just tons of fun, and having separate district events were certainly useful, but I think this one had activity and information that was even more valuable for the constituents and for the county in putting in rain gardens. Reese Baker did a great job installing that rain garden and providing information in our sustainability and utilities department and public works, and everybody else who participated just did an incredible amount of work, all the liaisons. So I thought that was great. And while I had opportunity to thank Max Hedren and Paul Olofsson for moving the Greater Glorieta Water Project forward. They've been doing tremendous work in that, and I just really wanted to thank them again.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Green, are you still on? Daniel?
Madam Chair, I do see Commissioner Green online.
Commissioner Green, do you want to share anything from your commission district? Okay. I really enjoyed the Earth Day event at the Santa Fe County Fairgrounds, and it was great to have the four of us there being able to plant trees and participate with everyone in the community. the Master Gardeners were there, and also the Santa Fe Extension, which on May 27th, Tom Dominguez will be at my coffee and tea under the trees at Reunity Resources at 10 a.m. And Tom Dominguez is our Santa Fe County Extension agent. So just a little connection to that. I also had the honor of attending Global Santa Fe's 1001 Climate Stories. It was a wonderful event about how deep listening to people with about the climate is so important. Commissioner Hamilton and I met with the new forest supervisor, Sean Sanchez, and that was an informative meeting. I also attended a memorial for Stanley Rosebud Rosen, who was a strong labor leader and would have been very happy about the Daniel Ellsberg proclamation. And those of you who know him, he was an incredible character here in Santa Fe. I also wanted to share that I also had the honor of attending the inaugural of President Hector Balderas at the Northern New Mexico College, and that on this Saturday, the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area will have its board meeting at the Convento in Espanola. So if somebody is really interested in what the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area is doing to help preserve our culture and history, you are welcome to attend. It is open to the public. It starts at 10 a.m. And I think that that's plenty for now. So we will take a short, I apologize. Madam Clerk, would you have, do you have a few words you would like to say?
Yes, Madam Chair. I first would like to start by introducing my new elections deputy, Bureau of Elections Deputy, Rosangela Ortiz. Rosangela comes to us from RLD, but she does have 6 years in the Secretary of State's office, 1 year at the Election Assistance Commission. That's the federal oversight body for elections, and has extensive IT and business analyst experience. She's also a Cal Bear, as I am, so I'm very excited to have her in our office. And I'm sure you will be hearing from her when it comes to running elections in Santa Fe County. So we've been working with the assessor's office doing some of their outreach events in hopes of clarifying some of the requests for clerk's office deeds and other documents in the clerk's office. I think 2 weeks ago, I was invited to be a speaker at the America Votes State Summit in DC. I was the only election official, local election official, representing my local election officials with an attendance of 1,800 people from across the country. And it's really an effort to increase the national profile of the Santa Fe County. Additionally, while I was there, I spoke to every single federal delegation's staff and office about the need for election funding coming from the feds. The ask currently is that we want $400 million HAVA funding, 2/3 of which we would like to see allocated to local election offices. So instead of having to go directly through the Secretary of State, we can apply for that money directly, so it will come directly into the local election offices. I hope I don't jinx it, but we are in the final testing phase for having our clerk documents online. We're hoping that'll make it easier so that people at 2 a.m. can be in their pajamas, pay by credit card, and request their clerk office documents, which will help sort of clear up some of the demand that we have in the clerk's office for records and recording. I've also met last week with the Secretary of State and Maggie herself, looking at some of the changes coming through from election laws. So we're going to start seeing rulemaking coming through from the Secretary of State's office, and we're preparing comment for those changes. They also performed an audit on our office and our election warehouse last week, and they will be sending all of their findings to our county to hopefully we can rectify some deficiencies. Let's see, what else do I have on my list? I've also asked that the Secretary of State's office, now that they are fully funded, work on sort of increasing their granting. So one of the plans of the Secretary of State's office is that they're going to hire a grant manager and start delegating more money. So they already do pay for all of our poll workers, they already pay for all of our overtime, they already pay for all of our mailings, but they're going to actually increase their granting capacity to local election offices. So we should see more money coming to offset some of our other budgetary costs to local election offices. And I've also asked them to consider increasing or expanding their procurement process. So essentially right now their procurements are very narrow at state purchasing, and we would like them to increase the breadth of what they're asking for bidding, so that way clerk's offices can use the state purchasing agreements like a catalog and make it easier to acquire election-related technology, software, and hardware. Let's see what else. Sorry, I've got a lot of things. Okay. So you may have heard today about our budget concerns. We're very grateful to hear that the tenant has been or is going to be asked to leave the election warehouse so that we can actually have a place to process ballots. We were very concerned because we were purchasing that $455,000 sorting machine and didn't have a place to put it. So we're very glad to hear about that. We would like to see a plan in place moving into 2024 that will be an adequate 15,000 square feet that has a generator, internet, all the things that we need to have to meet the new standards for election warehouse space. Additionally, we are concerned about the wages in our office. When the comp and class study was originally proposed, my deputy and I were very concerned about the lower wages we were seeing in our office. We felt that would, of course, people would leave our office because elections is very challenging. And we have seen that come to pass. I think we've had 9 people leave the office since November, and we've been keeping track of the pay that people are getting once they leave our office, and we're seeing that they, on average, are getting $6.50 more. Some of my techs in my office who have applied to our office are getting an offer of $17.50, but in land use, they're getting a $26 offer. So there is some internal equity that while we know we're getting positions sent back out to comp and class, we would like to see more internal equity within the departments so that we can make sure that we are not competing internally with other departments for the skills that we need in order to run elections. One of our requests for this budget cycle is that we are trying to create a career ladder because elections is very challenging, and we want to make sure that it takes about maybe 2 or 3 elections to learn how to do the job. And so we just lost our last tech. He resigned on Friday, which means that even if we hire people, they will not be ready for the fall election. We have exactly 2 people in the elections division side. So we are in a dire situation. So we need to be able to raise wages, and we need to be able to create a career ladder so that people who really do care about elections, who are as passionate about elections as the people who work in our office, can stay. Several people in our office are making less than the $17.50 that the Food Depot said was a minimum living wage in Santa Fe County. So I would urge the commission to consider in their budgeting to allow us to create a career ladder and to consider internal equity when we're looking at these job positions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, I am going to, we're going to take a short recess, 5 minutes, and then we will come back and do the public hearing on case number 21 5010-5054 on Suerte del Sur LLC, Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision for preliminary and final plat approval. Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes. I just want to provide an overview of our proceedings this evening. The order of the presentation will be as followed. First will be staff's presentation. Second will be the applicant's presentation. Under our rules of order, the applicant has the right to call witnesses in support of the application. And third, members of the public will be allowed to testify for or against the appeal. Commissioners may ask questions during each of the presentations. Cross-examination, the county rules of order allow a party to cross-examine or question a witness. If the application wishes to cross-examine or ask questions of county staff or any member of the public, the application must notify the chair before the staff member or the member of the public is excused. Failure to do so means the right to cross-examination with regards to staff or particular members of the public is waived. Limits on public testimony. Members of the public who are not called as witnesses by the applicant will generally be allowed no more than 3 to 5 minutes to speak. Please focus and time your presentation. General rules of order. I will be enforcing a prohibition on redundant, irrelevant, and harassing testimony or comment. This means that if someone else has already testified to something, I am not going to allow someone else to testify to it as well. If testimony is not relevant to the issue raised by the applicant, I will not allow the testimony. If the testimony consists of personal or other improper attacks or is otherwise out of order, I will stop it. Identification of members of the public. We have identified blank members of the public who wish to testify. My list I have at the moment 4, but there could be more. We will call on those who have registered to testify. Each person will be sworn by the court reporter before being allowed to testify for up to 3 minutes. Once we have gone through the list of registered members of the public wishing to testify, we will confirm that there are no additional members of the public in the chamber or on WebEx who wish to testify. Thank you for allowing me to read the overview of this evening's proceedings. So first, will staff please present your presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. John Lovato with Building and Development Services. Suerte de Sur LLC, applicant, New Mexico Land Solutions, agent, request 1, approval of affordable housing agreement for Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision, and 2, preliminary and final subdivision plat approval for Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision 12 lots on a total of 127.94 acres. The proposed development is accessed via Las Campanas Drive, Los Sueños Trail, and La Vida Trail within section Township 17 North, Range 9 East, Section 24, Commission District 2. Summary and history. On October 21st, 2004, the County Development Review Committee recommended master plan approval for 264 residential lots on 660 acres, and on July 12, 2005, the BCC granted master plan approval. On February 9, 2006, the Extraterritorial Zoning Commission recommended preliminary plat and development plan approval, and on April 11, 2006, the BCC granted preliminary plat and development plan approval in accordance with the approved master plan. On April 10, 2007, the Board of County Commissioners granted an amendment for preliminary for 304 lots on 660 acres. One of the conditions of approval was that the off-site road of Los Sueños Trail that extends north of the proposed subdivision to Las Campanas Drive be upgraded. On July 10, 2007, the BCC granted preliminary plat and development plan approval for a residential subdivision consisting of 304 lots on 660 acres to be developed in 5 phases. On March 13, 2008, the Extraterritorial Zoning Commission recommended final plat and development plan approval for phases 1 through 4, consisting of 241 residential lots on 660 acres. At the April 8, 2008 hearing before the BCC, staff stated that the proposed subdivision is in accordance with the approved master plan and the preliminary plat and development plan and conforms with the extraterritorial zoning or subdivision regulations. Staff recommends final approval subject to the applicable conditions previously imposed and final conditions including modifications of condition 15 regarding a road maintenance agreement of Los Sueños Trail and condition 12 regarding the applicant paying 50% towards maintenance of La Vida Trail. On November 12, 2019, the applicant presented the application to the Technical Ed Committee and its regularly scheduled monthly meeting as required by Santa Fe County Sustainable Land Development Code Ordinance 2016-9. On April 29, 2020, and on October 19, 2020, the applicant presented the application to the general public as required by the SLDC, Section 4.4, pre-application neighborhood meetings. The applicant submitted to the county the materials presented at the meeting, a sign-up sheet, and a list of individuals and registered organizations notified of the meeting. A total of 35 attendees joined the first meeting, and a total of 6 attendees attended the second meeting. The concerns of the attendees were access and traffic, Los Sueños Trail maintenance, valuation of loss of existing residents due to affordable home, heights of proposed homes, and livestock. On March 3rd, 2021, a review memo from Santa Fe County Planning was submitted to the applicant identifying the road improvements. On April 22nd, 2022, Santa Fe County staff met and discussed the deficiencies associated with the road standards and informed the applicant's agent that the road would need to be improved to meet code standards. On April 28, 2022, the applicant wrote a memo to staff indicating their concerns and disagreements with the road improvements and identified the traffic impact analysis illustrated a total of 217 average daily trips. On December 12, 2022, the BCC met and acted on this case. The decision of the BCC was to table the case so that the applicant could work with staff to address the following issues. 1, the need to provide paving plans and traffic control plans to allow staff to ensure compliance with the SLDC standards. 2, the need to amend the water budget and water delivery agreement to allow for the anticipated accessory dwelling units. And 3, the possible need for a variance request relating to the width of the right-of-way for Los Sueños Trail. The applicant has stated it is willing as an off-site improvement to pave the unpaved portion of Los Sueños Trail from Cloud March Road to the northeast corner of the applicant's property, a distance of approximately 632 feet. In addition, the applicant has submitted plans addressing the road standards for the portion of Los Sueños Trail that would be on or adjacent to the property. The applicant has also requested an administrative minor deviation of 10% to reduce the width of the road easement of Los Sueños Trail from 80 feet to 72 feet. The submitted plans illustrate a 72-foot easement with 2 paved 11-foot driving lanes and a 6-foot wide trail along Los Sueños Trail. The road and trail extended from the northeast boundary of the proposed subdivision to the southern boundary of the affordable lot, a distance of approximately 2,410 feet. Staff has reviewed the plans, and the land use administrator has granted the deviation request in accordance with the SLDC section 4.9.7.6.1. The improvements described in this paragraph shall hereinafter be referred to as the road improvements. In addition, Santa Fe County Utilities has reviewed the water delivery agreement and water line extension. Santa Fe County Utilities supports the agreement. The water delivery agreement is to be heard at the same time the BCC, or has been heard by the BCC at this point. The property is located within the residential estates zoning district, where the permissible density is 1 dwelling per 2.50 acres. The proposed lots range from 7.27 acres to 17.39 acres. 11 of the lots are to be developed for market rate purposes, and 1 lot is set aside for affordable housing. The affordable housing lot will be 2.50 acres in size and subject to the Affordable Housing Agreement, Exhibit 11 in your packet. All studies, reports, and assessments have been reviewed and reflect the applicant's compliance with the SLDC. This application was reviewed for compliance with the applicable standards set forth in the SLDC as follows: fire protection, landscaping and buffering, lighting, signage, solid waste, parking, loading, water supply, wastewater and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, operation and maintenance of common improvements, affordable housing. Item F, agency review. Agency NMED, approval. SHPO, approval. County Public Works, approval. Santa Fe County Planning, approval. County Fire Marshal, approve with conditions. County Utilities, approval with conditions. Soils and Water, approval with conditions. Santa Fe Public Schools, no response. And County Affordable Housing, approval. Recommendation, Building and Development Services staff has reviewed this project for compliance with pertinent SLDC requirements and finds that the facts presented support the applicant's request for preliminary and final plat approval for a 12-lot residential subdivision on a total of 1.2794 acres. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the applicant's request for preliminary and final plat, subject to conditions. If the decision of the BCC is to approve the 12 residential subdivision, staff recommends imposition of the following conditions. Madam Chair, may I enter those into the record?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I stand for any questions.
Any questions from the board before we go on to the applicant's presentation?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
One of the items that was not presented was the fact of the easements within the surrounding subdivisions, and there's a aerial in your packet that was uploaded that illustrates some of those subdivisions. Thought that we'd make that present for you to review because I think some of the testimony you're going to hear is about that. County staff does not have no opinion on that issue and is not enforceable from county standpoint. So I just want to put that out there for you.
You're talking about the road maintenance agreement for subdivision?
Madam Chair, that is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Nathan, for pointing that out. Right? No, John. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay, next. Next we go to Nathan.
Sorry about that. Do we need fully sworn in or for the, yes, okay. All right, sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yes, my name is Nathan Manzanares. I'm with New Mexico Land Solutions, DBA Siebert and Associates, Inc. We reside at 915 Mercer Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. I'd like to thank staff. As John alluded, this project has a pretty lengthy history. When this case was presented last to the board in December, we were given the task to work with staff, and we did. Staff was going through a pretty big transition at that point, lost some key people in there, but still made time to meet with us. And that meeting time was really crucial and helped a lot, and I'd like to thank staff for that. We were able to iron out all of the kinks. We were able to figure out the right-of-way situation, as well as the areas in which need to be improved and maintained. We are in agreement with staff's conditions of approval. There are some new members on the board that were not a part of the December meeting, so I'm just going to give a very brief presentation of what the Rancho Cielo Grande project includes. If you look at the screen in front of you, it's a 12-lot subdivision located on approximately 129 acres. The yellow represents the property boundaries, which range from 2.5 acres, which is the affordable lot, all the way to 17 acres in some cases. The blue line represents the improvements on-site and off-site of Los Sueños Trail that the applicant will improve and maintain. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you, Matt. I apologize for that. Okay. It died, Matt. All right, so Matt's going to jump on and help me out. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
So this gives a better illustration. This was in the packet that was presented during the December meeting, and this just highlights in a little bit better detail the exact road improvements which will be done. There is a gap of pavement currently on the intersection of Cloud March that leads into the Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision. So from the southern portion of the pavement ending on Cloud March, we will be installing new pavement all the way to the southern boundary of the affordable lot 12. Just thought that this would be a good illustration for the board and represents the, I think it's around 3,000 linear feet, give or take, of improvements to Los Sueños Trail that will be done by the applicant. And with that, I stand for any questions. Once again, thank you, staff, for taking the time to work this out. It's been quite a journey, but I think we're close. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Okay. Then I will go to public. I will go to public hearing. I will open up. Is Commissioner Green still online? I'm just trying to check so that if he wants to speak. Matt, will you kind of let me know, or will somebody kind of let me know? Okay. Okay, thank you. So then, third, members of the public will be allowed to testify for the or against the appeal. So I will open the public hearing. And who would like to testify? Okay, please come forward. State your name, be sworn in for the record.
All right, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Jack Hardwick. I'm a lawyer with the Summer Udall Law Firm, and I am here representing Los Sueños Homeowners Association. My address is 2000 Old Pecos Trail in Santa Fe. Thank you for this opportunity to speak for Los Sueños Homeowners Association. My client is not opposed to the proposed subdivision so long as the primary access to the subdivision, Los Sueños Trail, is built to collector road standards as required by the LDC, and so long as a maintenance plan is put in place before development occurs. This application should not be approved unless those conditions are met, and as submitted, those conditions are not met. Madam Chair, may I approach the commissioners with a map that I have not been able to computerize?
Yes, please. Thank you.
This map will help illustrate what I have to say to the commissioners today. Let me describe what the map shows. If you go to the top left corner, it says Las Campanas Drive, and that is the primary access to all the subdivisions in this area, including all the Las Campanas subdivisions. The green is Los Sueños Trail, and it goes starting at Las Campanas Drive. It enters the El Prado subdivision, which is a 16-lot subdivision, passes through El Prado, then goes into the Los Sueños subdivision, which is a 24-lot subdivision. It then continues into the proposed Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision, and this map shows 3 other subdivisions that are not highlighted that are also have as their primary access Los Sueños Trail. Those subdivisions are the Sonrisa subdivision and the La Serena subdivision and the Northwest Ranches subdivision, which together have 65 lots. So as it is, these 5 subdivisions that are presently using Los Sueños Trail constitute 105 lots. Los Sueños Trail, as it passes through El Prado and Los Sueños subdivisions, is platted as a 66-foot right-of-way, and that 66-foot right-of-way has been conditionally dedicated to the County of Santa Fe. The road is paved from Las Campanas Drive down to Cloud March Drive. And Cloud March Drive is shown as the letter G on the Los Sueños subdivision portion. There's a letter G there for where Cloud March Drive crosses Los Sueños Trail. From that point south, it is not paved. And the paved portion is not built to collector road standards, the paved portion from Las Campanas Drive down to Cloud March. Now, the applicant has agreed to pave Los Sueños Trail from Cloud March, which is where the G is, down to the end of their subdivision, and has agreed to build it to collector road status, collector road standards, which is appropriate and it's required by the code. But commissioners, staff is recommending that this should be also recommending that this board require as a condition that the developer upgrade Los Sueños Trail to collector road standards from Cloud March up to Las Campanas Drive. As Mr. Lovato stated in his staff report, the development's primary proposed access is Los Sueños Trail. Yet the staff has not applied section 6.4.2 of the code, which requires a review of public facilities, not just within the project area itself, but within the, quote, relevant affected areas, which include these other 5 subdivisions that use Los Sueños Trail. And the section 4.2.1 of the code requires that the developer's adequate public facilities and services assessment apply a 10 trips per dwelling unit formula in analyzing traffic impact. And applying that formula to the relevant affected areas, the trips per day greatly exceed 400, which is the threshold requirement for requiring collector, the road, access road be built to collector road standards. And staff has appropriately required the new section to be built to collector road standards, but it hadn't gone far enough. The entire stretch of road needs to be built to collector road standards. Staff got it right when it took that position at the December 13th board meeting. There is no provision in the code that would allow the developer to disregard the code provisions regarding traffic analysis. And the bottom line is that in order to comply with the requirements of the code, Los Sueños Trail needs to be upgraded to collector road standards all the way from Cloud March up to Las Campanas. The second aspect of my client's present opposition to approval is that there has been absolutely no consideration given to the fact that there is no maintenance plan in place for Los Sueños Trail north of Cloud March. And this is a real problem. As I discussed in my April 4th letter to the commissioners, which is Exhibit 18 to the package, historically, this section of Los Sueños Trail from Cloud March up to Las Campanas was maintained by 4 different homeowners associations who had all voluntarily agreed to contribute. And since that time, 2 years ago, 2 of those associations fell off, and a third one is now stated its position to us that it's not going to continue to contribute to the maintenance, leaving my client, Los Sueños subdivision, the sole HOA standing with respect to the maintenance of the road. And that is an untenable and inequitable situation. My client cannot continue to maintain this section of road at its expense for the benefit of a developer who's developing the subdivision to the south. Now, the staff recognizes this problem, and so does the developer, yet no consideration has been given to this issue. At the December 13, 2022 board meeting, I wasn't there, but I've read the minutes, they're in the package. Mr. Herdman discussed the complications, that's the lawyer for the developer, discussed the complications of getting these different HOAs together to agree on a road maintenance agreement. But he said, and I'm quoting directly what he said at that hearing, quote, "I can represent on behalf of the applicant that the applicant is willing to meet with the stakeholders to discuss this issue and try and work out something that is fair and equitable," close quote. Well, this has not taken place, and we're asking the board to hold this applicant to that commitment. Surely reasonable people can get together and reach an equitable road agreement that doesn't, so that my client doesn't bear the burden of subsidizing this development. There's no question that the development, as it stands, is going to seriously degrade the existing Los Sueños Trail, which is not built to collector road standards. If this development is approved, if nothing is done to address the maintenance issues, my clients will be placed in the unfortunate position of having to make a choice. Either they continue to maintain the road and subsidize the development for Rancho Cielo Grande, or they choose to join with the other subdivisions and say, hey, we're not going to maintain this road anymore. And that's certainly not a good option either, because the road will degrade quickly when we have steamrollers and graders and heavy machinery going over this road back and forth to develop the new subdivision. And that will seriously degrade the road to everybody's detriment. We therefore ask the board to table this matter to give the developer the opportunity to do what the developer committed to do, and that is to meet with the stakeholders, the HOAs, and come up with a plan. Mr. Herdman, after I wrote to you my letter, Mr. Herdman wrote a letter to Miss Penny Ellis Green rebutting some of the things that I put in my letter, and I'd like to address that. Mr. Herdman wrote that he estimates that 200 lots use Los Sueños Trail for access. We don't know what lots he was counting. I counted 105 in these 5 different subdivisions, but in any event, his calculation speaks to the absolute need to upgrade Los Sueños Trail to collector road status. There is nothing unfair about it to the developer. The developer owns large tracts of land to the south of what they're now developing, and eventually they're going to need access, and it's going to be on Los Sueños Trail. So requiring the developer to upgrade to collector road standards is not unfair. And there is nothing in the code that prevents this body from imposing that as a condition. In fact, this body has imposed the condition previously that the developer upgrade Los Sueños Trail to minor arterial status up to Las Campanas. That's when they were asking for approval of a subdivision that had many more lots. But the point is that this body does have authority to make that as a condition of approval. And we respectfully request that this body do so. And we respectfully request that this body also table this matter to give the developer a chance to meet with the stakeholders and come up with a reasonable maintenance plan as the developer committed to do. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of my clients.
Thank you very much. Are there other people, other members from the public who would like to speak? Please come forward and be sworn in.
Hello.
Hi
Please
there.
raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Paige Kelleher, and I live at 21 Cloud March West in Los Sueños subdivision.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about Los Sueños Trail maintenance issues that will be worsened by the proposed Rancho Cielo Grande development. I live on Los Sueños Trail, so I'm directly aware of the current road traffic levels. I've also been a member of the Los Sueños HOA Board of Directors for 5 years, and therefore am also directly aware of the efforts we put into the road maintenance and what the issues are. The traffic on Los Sueños Trails has increased significantly over the last 2 years since the developer's traffic study was conducted, due to housing build-out that has occurred in the HOAs along the roadway. We already have an excessive speed issue on Los Sueños Trail, which we need to address. The last major maintenance of Los Sueños Trail involved applying a thin slurry seal top coat. While a slurry seal works fine for typical residential traffic, it is not intended to be a long-term coating able to withstand heavy construction traffic that will ensue with the development being built at Rancho Cielo Grande. Our next slurry seal application has been planned for 25-26 and is estimated to cost $100,000. As our lawyer said, 2 of the 4 HOAs have dropped out of participating in this agreement, and a third one is dropping out as I speak. So I think the road is going to get worsened by the oncoming Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision. And we are continuing to pay for those heavy maintenance costs, and it seems only fair that they should be shouldered by all the HOAs, including the new development, especially new development, since I'm anticipating there are 12 residences being built now, but there could be as many as 220 over there. And that will put a huge burden on Los Sueños Trail. So my request to the county commissioners is that the issues surrounding the ongoing maintenance of Los Sueños Trail be addressed before the problems are exacerbated by more non-paying subdivisions. The approval of the Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision is not fair to any of the homeowners along Los Sueños Trails who are being asked to pay road maintenance costs that will be caused by the proposed subdivision. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Paige. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to make a comment? Please come up and be sworn in.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Thomas Conroy. I live at 6 Dreamcatcher, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Thomas Conroy, and I have been president of Los Sueños HOA for the past 8 years. The situation that we're discussing today is pretty easily summed up. While recommending approval of the Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision, the county staff has not proposed any resolution to the issue that there is no viable plan in place to maintain Los Sueños Trail. The developer and the county are recommending that all Los Sueños Trail maintenance costs be borne by one or two of the 5 HOAs that will be along the road and using the road subsequent to the build out of the development. After 18 months of effort, the homeowners along the road and the developer have aligned on the most practical solution to the Los Sueños Trail roadway maintenance issues, which is to have the county accept Los Sueños Trail for maintenance. Unfortunately, the county staff has expressed an unwillingness to engage in any solution to the Los Sueños Trail maintenance issues. The result is that the staff is here today recommending that the commissioners allow a wealthy developer to enrich itself on the backs of our largely retired and fixed income homeowners that are living along Los Sueños Trail. Let me explain the situation a little bit further. You've heard a lot of numbers. There's 4 HOAs totaling 84 lots located along Los Sueños Trail, which have been, as you heard, participating in maintenance for the past 15 years or so. We have been spending thousands of dollars per year to maintain Los Sueños Trail, its drainage system, its signage, roadside vegetation, etc. Recently, due to increasing roadway costs and the looming RCG Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision, which is expected to increase these maintenance costs by 2 to 4 times because of the traffic and the distance, 3 of the 4 HOAs involved in maintaining the road today have stated they will no longer participate in the maintenance of Los Sueños Trail. The county staff is fully aware there is no currently viable plan to maintain Los Sueños Trail, and they have stated they will take no action to force any HOAs to maintain the road. With the build-out of the Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision, the roadway expenses are expected to double to quadruple due to the unprecedented heavy construction traffic that the road is not currently designed for and the increased traffic volumes. County staff has recommended approval of the RCG subdivision, despite the fact that Los Sueños Trail has no viable maintenance plan, and the subdivision approval will greatly worsen what is already an untenable situation. The staff also states they will not participate in seeking a win-win resolution to these road maintenance issues. Los Sueños HOA and the El Prado subdivisions have been reaching out to the Peters organization for 18 months to try to resolve these Los Sueños Trail road maintenance issues, and have met with a Peters family member as well as the Peters organization's attorney for this project. You have in your packets a letter from Frank Herdman, the Peters attorney, to the county staff dated April 11th of this year. Mr. Herdman concludes his letter by asking the county to assume the maintenance of Los Sueños Trail. In my most recent meeting with county staff, I was told the county refuses to consider taking over the maintenance of Los Sueños Trail. Secondhand, I was told the reason offered is that Los Sueños Trail is too far from existing county-maintained roads. Madam Chairwoman, as you know, Los Sueños Trail is bordered to the north by the county-maintained La Tierra Road, located less than a mile away, and to the south by the county-maintained Caja del Rio, which is less than 2 miles distant. We're not talking about road crews having to come from Klein's Corner on this issue. There are multiple other issues that have not been addressed in this application. One is a drainage plan for these off-site road improvements that are actually going to happen adjacent to Los Sueños Trail lots. There is no drainage plan that exists. And the county's allowing all this to happen against the wishes of the off-site location landowners. Leaving these multiple other complications around the development aside, the county staff positions are, number one, the staff will not require the homeowners associations along Los Sueños Trail to contribute to the cost of maintaining Los Sueños Trail. The staff will not even examine the option for the county taking over Los Sueños Trail maintenance, as has been jointly recommended by the developer and the homeowners. The county staff is recommending to you, therefore, that the Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision proceed with no plan whatsoever to maintain Los Sueños Trail north of Cloud March, which is a section of the trail that's going to be the most heavily used. The county staff is recommending to you that the mostly retired and fixed income homeowners living along Los Sueños Trail incur hundreds of thousands of dollars of expense, which is going to continue for an unlimited period of time, so that the wealthiest developer in Santa Fe County can enrich themselves and avoid all responsibility for Los Sueños Trail maintenance forever. We don't understand why the commissioners would allow such an unfair financial burden to fall onto 24 homeowners when, by all accounts, including the developers, hundreds of homeowners will use the road, and the developer's heavy construction traffic will drive rapidly increasing wear and tear. My requests to the commissioners are threefold. First, to appoint a staff member who is empowered to think out of the land development code box, because this situation is not covered in the land development code, to work with the developer and existing Los Sueños Trail landowners to positively resolve these road maintenance issues. That in the absence of any viable plan or strategy to maintain Los Sueños Trail, either in the short or long term, that the commissioners reject the RCG application until there is a viable maintenance plan, or at a minimum to require the developer to upgrade Los Sueños Trail before his heavy construction traffic demolishes the roadway. And finally, that the commissioners not follow the staff recommendations to shift all these costs from our fixed income homeowners on Los Sueños Trail onto the development company so that they can sell their lots for a higher margin. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Thomas. Is there anyone else who wishes to make public comment? Steve, please come forward.
Hello, sir.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Stephen Schwartz. I live at 10 Copper Malo Road, Santa Fe. And yes, I am under oath.
Thank you.
I will endeavor to cover new ground.
Thank you.
I'm here tonight representing both myself as an individual, because I live on Los Sueños Trail, and as the president of the El Prado HOA, the first homeowners association to the north on Los Sueños Trail at Las Campanas Drive. I'm here today to protest the apparent green lighting of this project and the unrestricted traffic this will put on Los Sueños Trail. Los Sueños Trail is a private road in El Prado. This is without dispute. It is not a public road. It's not a county road. It's a private road that's been maintained with private funds at a cost averaging over the last 10 years of $14,000 a year. Going back 10 years, $140,000. I would like to point out that there is a culvert on the El Prado property of Los Sueños Trail over an arroyo. It's a small bridge that's 60 feet long and about 10 to 12 feet over the arroyo. It has had structural issues in the past, requiring repairs paid for by the homeowners along Los Sueños Trail. A fully loaded 10-yard cement mixer weighs 60,000 pounds. A large dump truck loaded averages 36 tons, 72,000 pounds. As I'm sure the commissioner is aware, a culvert collapsed several weeks ago on West Alameda. That road's closed for 3 to 6 months. When my culvert collapses, after all this new additional traffic, how long do you think that repair will take, and who do you think is going to pay for it? We will need to put weight limits on our private road. It is unreasonable to expect private landowners to maintain a roadway for the use of others without any restrictions at all. It is certainly within our rights to restrict the use of this road to cars only. Despite repeated attempts to reach an agreement with this developer, we've had zero progress to that end. Despite what the developer's attorney has said, no efforts ever have been made to discuss a road maintenance agreement. And despite what others have said, the County Commission does have the ability to impose conditions for approval that are not explicitly stated in the SLDC. This board does it all the time. There's never been a discussion about why we aren't asking the developer to use the roadway to the south of his development or to the west, where he owns 600 acres. I would ask the board the following. One, the County of Santa Fe should finally exercise the adoption of Los Sueños Trail as has been the intention since the road was built in 1995. Or, lacking that, since I've been told repeatedly that that will not occur, require that a condition of approval of development be the successful execution of a binding road maintenance agreement between the developer, its successors, and any other HOAs along Los Sueños Trail. And lacking that, I would ask at the very least that the developer be required to post a performance bond payable to the El Prado HOA, guaranteeing that the Los Sueños Trail roadway be repaired or rebuilt to the condition that it is today. Without some assurance from either the county or the developer that Los Sueños Trail will not be degraded during these years of construction, the El Prado HOA may have to limit the use of our private road or even withdraw its access. In closing, I know that you meet here all the time, but for those who don't come often, the mural is very impressive. But at the top of the mural, I see that there's wording, equal justice under law. I would submit to you that the constituents in District 2 along Los Sueños Trail don't feel so far that we've gotten equal justice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Is there anyone else who wishes to make public comment? Okay, seeing none.
Madam Chair, we do have one person online that would like to speak for public comment.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
Okay.
My computer at the moment is not allowing me to get to my other screen.
All right. We have Mr. Bruce Woda that would like to speak.
Okay, and you have the timer going. Okay.
Actually, I'm going to pass.
Mr. Woda, you need to be sworn in.
I'm going to pass on my time.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So that means that there is no one else online. that means I can close public hearing because Mr. Herdman is an attorney for the applicant. Correct? So,
That is correct.
So I will go to Mr. Herdman.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Frank Herdman, and I am counsel for the applicant, and I want to address the issues that have been raised regarding road maintenance. And you should all have a copy of my map, which looks like this. It's got a bunch of different colors on it, okay? It shows the area in question in a bit larger scale than Mr. Hardwick's map. So just for purposes of orientation, on my map, you'll see the area outlined in blue is where the Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision will be located. And so for purposes of everyone's orientation, this area in question, it falls between Las Campanas Drive to the north, the 599 bypass to the south and southeast, and then further on to the east, Camino La Tierra. This is an area that has been developed in the county over the past many, many years. It's approximately 80% developed, as you can see on the map. My map, just FYI, the base map is the county assessor's map, okay? For purposes of further orientation, we have the blue outline, which is Rancho Cielo Grande. Just north of that, outlined in yellow, is the Los Sueños subdivision, comprised of 24 lots. And then the green line represents two different roads in part. So the top of the green line is where Los Sueños Trail intersects with Las Campanas Drive. And then it goes in a southerly direction, and you see the green circle. At that point, the Los Sueños Trail goes south and connects with the dark blue line, which I'll explain in a moment. But more importantly, right there where that circle is the intersection with La Serena Trail. La Serena Trail is paved all the way down to La Vida Trail. Okay, that road is presently the main route through this area. And you'll see the area in red. So the area in red represents the approximate area comprising lots that use La Serena Trail, then going north, or coming south as it were, the portion of Las Sueños Trail from where the green circle is up to Las Campanas Drive, okay? So when Mr. Hardwick referenced 200 lots, I counted the number of lots in the red. It's 194. I was pretty close. So the point here is that the portion of Las Sueños Trail in question is that portion from where it intersects with Las Campanas Drive to the green circle. And you can see that portion of the road serves not only the lots in Las Sueños, but also approximately 194 or 200 lots that are served off of La Serena Trail. Then not only that, but I know this because I use this as a cut-through. When you get down to the bottom of La Serena Trail, La Vida Trail is paved. You go up a little bit further, you get onto Wildflower. That takes you over to Camino La Tierra. And so arguably, the number of lots that actually use this portion of Las Sueños Trail in question is in the hundreds today, Now, this applicant is proposing to add 12 lots to that existing road network. And I want to remind everybody in this room that this 130 acres, the permitted zoning allows for 51 lots. That's what the county recognizes as suitable for this 130 acres. This applicant is doing approximately 20% of the permitted density. So the point of my presentation here is that the condition to which the various persons who spoke during the public presentation are objecting is pre-existing. All right, the area, the particular portion of road in question serves hundreds of lots. This applicant is proposing to add 12 to that existing network. And I want to point out something that's incredibly inequitable. Speaking about equal justice under the law, let me point out Right across the road, immediately to the east of the Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision, you'll see a subdivision right across the street that's called Northwest Ranches LLC. If you look at Mr. Hardwick's map, you can see where this is located, but on his map, it doesn't show the lots that exist today, okay? So I counted there's approximately 24 lots in that subdivision. That subdivision accesses Los Sueños Trail immediately across the street from Rancho Cielo Grande. Did the developer of that subdivision, was it required to develop any portion of Los Sueños Trail? No. What's happened is it has befallen on this particular applicant to approve all of the dark blue line of Los Sueños Trail, even though across the street there's a pre-existing subdivision that was approved by the county and no requirement was made. So this applicant is in fact taking upon a disproportionate burden to approve this part of the road when other developments have come online and not been required to do so. So that's point number 2 that I want to make. Point number 3 is there's a request to improve the portion of Los Sueños Trail in question from my a green circle going north to collector road standards. So what are collector road standards in the code? Collector road standards are intended to provide for a road with speeds to 40 to 60 miles per hour. Nobody wants that in this area. Collector road standards require a right-of-way of 80 feet. The portion of the road in question is a private easement that is 66 feet wide. This applicant does not have the power to condemn these areas to increase the width of the roadway. So that request is absolutely unattainable. Not only that, there isn't a single right-of-way in this whole area that is 80 feet wide. They range from 66 to 50 feet wide. This applicant is actually increasing the width of the right-of-way to the extent that it can, because it has the power to do so with respect to the west side of Los Sueños to 72 feet. It can't increase the width on the east side because that's private property. Okay, so that's point number 3, which is the collector road standards are unattainable. But the good news is collector road standards call for 2 driving lanes paved 11 feet wide. That's actually the existing condition of Los Sueños Trail from the green arrow all the way up to Las Campanas Drive. In addition, this applicant will be paving that dark blue line that includes approximately, I think it's 600 feet of Los Sueños Trail north of the subdivision up to Cloud March, even though that's outside of the subdivision. Staff is requiring as a condition of approval, and we do not object, condition of approval number 12, which is that the HOA for this particular subdivision will maintain all improvements required as part of this application, including that portion of the paved road or the road to be paved up to Cloud March. So this applicant, unlike any other HOA in this area, is agreeing to maintain a portion of the road outside of its subdivision. Point number 4. Point number 5, there is an allegation that there is no road maintenance regimen in place. That's false. The way this has evolved historically, and it's happening with this particular application, is that as each one of these subdivisions has been approved, the county has required the HOA for each subdivision to maintain that portion of the road within the subdivision. I quote to you from the restrictive covenants for the Los Sueños HOA. It states, and I quote, "Until such time as the county has accepted Los Sueños Trail for maintenance, the association shall maintain the Los Sueños Trail as it traverses the subdivision, including such patching and other repairs to the pavement as may be reasonably required." Every lot owner who purchased a lot within Los Sueños Trail was charged with the knowledge of that obligation. It's no surprise. They bought their lots understanding that that was the rule of the road. I've done an investigation with respect to the surrounding subdivisions. The plats all contain the same obligation. The plat for this subdivision will contain the same obligation. That's the way it has happened over time. And as a consequence, there is, in fact, a road maintenance regimen in place. It may be regrettable that some of the HOAs over time, this applicant has nothing to do with the current state of affairs, but it may be regrettable that the existing HOAs don't seem to want to get along. We didn't have anything to do with that. But the fact of the matter is there is an existing regimen in place, and it is appropriate, and it has been working. I think my fifth point is that the SLDC does not give this body any authority to require this applicant to actually improve Los Sueños Trail to collector road standards of the magnitude that the individuals that you've heard this evening are requesting. And so, but one point of complete consensus is that this applicant agrees that the ultimate solution here is to have the county eventually, sometime in the future, accept these roads for maintenance. That's a good idea. We support that. It's beyond the scope of this evening's hearing. Just a few additional minor points. I want to point out that this applicant did provide an adequate public facilities analysis, and staff has reviewed and approved it. So that box has been checked. And I think that concludes my presentation. I stand for any questions that you may have. Staff has recommended its condition with regard to road maintenance. We accept that wholeheartedly. And in terms of this being fast-tracked, this application was submitted over 2 years ago. It hasn't been fast-tracked. We were before you before, and we heard what you had to say. We have worked very hard and very diligently with staff, and we have sorted out all of its concerns, and we request that you approve this matter with staff's conditions, all of which we accept. And I stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herdman. Questions from the board? Commissioner Bustamante.
Madam Chair, I have a question for staff.
Okay.
Whichever staff wants to answer. Thank you. I am under the assumption, and I've read the SLDC, but I didn't memorize it. So I'm under the, I know it's slow tonight. But I was looking for it, but for any development, there is an understanding that there would have to be safe access to any new developments. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, that is correct. That is part of the component, and it's listed in the
By
SLDC.
any chance, would you recall what section of the code requires safe access?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, I believe it's in section 1 where it talks about life safety and that sort of
Okay.
language.
Okay, and then for clarification, the first part of the Los Sueños Road is under private ownership. It is not county-owned. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, going back to the first question, it was under Chapter 711. It talks about road access.
Okay, Chapter 711, thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, if you could please repeat your question, I'm sorry.
The Los Sueños Road, the first portion, at least, all of it, frankly, is privately owned. Is there any section of that road that is county-owned?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, there is not.
And the development that was done in Los Sueños was under the condition that the homeowners association would maintain that road, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, that's the evidence that I've found in all the declaration bylaws.
Okay. So there's one thing that I absolutely agree upon with regard to the developer, is that an improved road increases speed. So I'm not real sure, and I'm just going to say for a number of decades, I've watched bad roads get improved for bad situations. It makes things dangerous, and this is a conversation I'm having way too often in my new term as a commissioner. This is like literally if you really want a big byway over there and they want to increase speed, by all means do it, but that is not a county road, and I don't know that it would be incumbent on the county at this point to take it on to actually, start improving the road for whatever. And that's the only question that I have right now. Wait, I do have another one. Let's see. And this subdivision would be using at least a portion of the private road. Is that what I'm understanding, if and when it's improved?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, I would assume that that would be the case.
So it would be using a private road.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, that is correct.
And to what end does the county have the authority to tell a developer that they would have to, not tell the developer, actually tell the landowner that they would have to make access for a new development under the county's code?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, I don't believe we have any kind of authority to do so.
Okay,
That may
thank
be a
you.
legal question that needs to be answered.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton.
For clarity, are all it's a little confusing because the road is called Los
Sueños.
I said it wrong.
Sueños.
Sueños, and one of the developments is called Los Sueños, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, that is correct.
But the other 4 existing developments are all on Los Sueños Road. All of those properties have the same covenant where they have to maintain their piece of the private road.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, that is what I've found in their declaration and bylaws.
Okay, so why did we get a bunch of testimony that they've backed out doing that? They all have to contribute, don't they?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, that would be the ideal situation, but I'm not sure exactly what.
But it's up to the homeowners associations to take that action.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, that is correct.
Okay. But nevertheless, it is the case that then once this area, this new development would be done, they would be obligated in the same way.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, that would be the case, and it's also noted in their declarations as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. I don't have a question, just more of a comment that may or may not be helpful. But since I have a similar situation in my district where there's lots of houses on a road that was not built adequately, and the road association can't really collect because they have no legal authority to collect money, so people don't pay, so the road keeps getting worse. I just think at some point we need to have a plan for adopting some of these roads that are used by hundreds of homes, so that, you know, we do eventually take over maintenance of roads that, you know, it's really hard to see how homeowners associations are all going to be expected to get along and be able to maintain that road. It doesn't help at all tonight, but I just think that going forward we need to have a plan to adopt. I mean, we keep approving subdivisions, and we don't, but we're not increasing our road system that's county maintained, and I think we're going to have to do that if we're going to keep approving new developments.
Madam Chair, if I may address that.
Yes,
I do have a thought about that. I appreciate that, Madam Chair. And
Commissioner
Commissioner
Bustamante.
Hughes, I couldn't agree with you more. I absolutely agree with that. But I think that we would really need to work on the roads that we have. I would really like to see us invest on fixing and repairing some of the issues that we've created as a commission in the past, so probably none of us sitting here, possibly some of y'all, but you know, for things that have been approved and didn't have the strategy. Keeps going through my head is bad roads make good neighbors, but I'm hearing today that isn't necessarily the case. When I think of, and that usually means when the roads are paved and people are racing down the road, what I'm hearing is that there's a request for a development and the roadway access and issues haven't been worked out, and it would be my preference to not move forward on something and have to have a commission down the road, or even us later have to figure out how the residents would have access and what we'll do about speeding on that road since the county took it over, et cetera, et cetera. That land is private property right now. And if it's private property and it's hasn't been determined, and I don't know that we're actually in the business of working with HOAs to figure out how to get along, but if they're going to reside there and the HOAs exist, then it seems that the developer has the responsibility to try to get along better with those that they're going to impede on their life and the quality of life, because it won't be the developer who's having to deal with those issues, it's the people who are going to reside there. So I'm feeling pretty grateful that at the front end, something needs to be done that doesn't allow things to just get worse. And if you're amenable for a motion, I'm amenable to give one.
Well, so since I haven't commented and it's my district,
My apologies, ma'am. Madam Chair, my apologies.
So, so El Prado was the first subdivision. They have in their HOA agreement a road maintenance agreement. Then we go to Los Sueños, which has probably was the second development, and they have a road maintenance agreement in their HOA. And all these other ones have agreements, and this new development is going to have an agreement. So what I don't understand, if one of the things that we talked about at the last meeting was getting all of these people together to talk about the maintenance of this road, why didn't that happen?
Madam Chair, to be clear, I had conversations with Mr. Hardwick. I came to understand that the current situation involving the existing HOAs is that it is broken down. It is also became apparent that it's not only the existing HOAs, but it's countless additional lots in the outlying areas. In other words, it is virtually impossible to get a meaningful handle on the ability to maintain this road. And as a consequence, there were communications. I want to be very clear about that. But the current state of affairs is it's beyond the pale of anything that is capable of trying to get to a situation when you have an excess of 250 separate lot owners. Each HOA, has its own independent sense of what needs to happen. You have the last lot, that is the first lot when you get off of Camino Las. When you get off of Las Campanas Drive, and you get onto Los Sueños, that lot owner uses 50 yards of the road. The last lot owner uses 2 miles of the road. The complications associated with sharing the cost when you have that underlying complexity, it's unattainable to try to get your hands around it for purposes of a comprehensive resolution. I mean, that's the regrettable state of affairs. Additionally, my research after the last hearing confirmed that each individual maintenance association, or HOA rather, has its obligation to maintain independently its section of the road. That is the current state of affairs, and there's no reason why that should not work for purposes of maintaining it. And that's exactly what this particular applicant is doing. And I want to add that as a concession toward making all of this happen, this applicant has agreed to maintain a part of Los Sueños Trail that is outside of its subdivision and is actually a part of Los Sueños. So there was a very important concession made to the Los Sueños HOA in that it is relieved of the obligation to maintain what is approximately 12% of Los Sueños Trail that goes through its subdivision. So there has been a significant amount of work. Is there an attainable path forward that would actually fix all of this? Regrettably, no. Other than what exists today, which I think is a workable process. I stand for any questions.
So the next question is, so one of the things I heard was that, you're going to be building 12 luxury homes. I mean, I'm assuming since it's on quite large lots. Are you contributing to degrading of the road with the construction traffic?
What I know for a fact is that the portion of Los Sueños Trail that is north up to Cloud March, that will all be newly paved. And it will be, Los Sueños Trail will all be newly paved down to the southern boundary of Lot 12, the affordable lot. That's all newly paved. And then the staff's recommended condition is that the HOA for this particular subdivision will be responsible for the continuing maintenance of that section of road, which is a rather substantial portion of road.
So who's paving this section from Las Campanas to Cloud March?
That's paved. That exists today.
Okay, it's not being repaved.
No, there's no, to my knowledge, no need to repave it.
So one of the things I heard, though, is that people are concerned about the traffic impact from construction.
Well, what I would say, Madam Chair, is...
And the culvert.
As far as drainage is concerned, so Maury Walker, a New Mexico licensed engineer, submitted road profiles that include drainage-related issues for this entire stretch of the road to be improved. Staff has reviewed them and approved them. So that is all taken care of. Any drainage-related issues have been reviewed and approved. So
and that you're doing those.
I'm sorry?
Who's doing the improvements to the road, the drainage?
It will be a contractor, who's hired by this particular applicant. I don't know that contractor is yet to be...
For the blue section of the road?
Correct.
Only. So what about this arroyo up here by La El Prado?
I'm not aware of any particular... Staff has not identified to us any concerns associated with drainage or the improvements.
Okay.
All of our plans have been prepared by a licensed New Mexico engineer. Obviously, when it comes to the construction, additional permits will be obtained together with designs and drawings. So all of that will be 100% up to snuff.
So is there any other way into your subdivision besides from Las Campanas?
Other ways to get there would include, I presume, just looking at this map.
La Vita, I don't know where Wildflower is, but somewhere around here down at the bottom seems to be Wildflower.
I believe that you could probably go through, Aldea, and then to La Vita Trail, and then north on Los Sueños. And I want to point out that it's some future time, this part of the road in blue that will be improved will be used, once it's improved, will be used by other lot owners. So to the extent that, Los Sueños HOA is complaining that other lot owners are using the part of the road that is going through its subdivision, that will become true for Rancho Cielo Grande. That's the way this has historically evolved. But with respect to construction, Madam Chair, we have a situation where there are in excess of 200 lots that are currently using Los Sueños Trail. So, and what's being proposed here is 12 lots. It would probably be impossible to ascertain the extent to which there's any new wear and tear attributable to 12 lots as distinguished from the in excess of 200 lots that are currently using it, including 200 lots that could be slated for future development, that include construction traffic, et cetera. So it would be impossible to say, oh, that's from that over there, as opposed to that over there, or one of the 200 lots that are using that part of the road. It's just not anything that's capable of objective discernment that would equate with equal justice under the law.
This is in my district. I attend the Las Campanas Homeowners Masters Association. I know that none of these particular subdivisions are part of Las Campanas, so they're not part of this master HOA. But it seems to me that somehow this group of HOAs needs to work together. I don't know how you do that. We, as the county, cannot force you to do that. We don't have that authority unless by some miracle it's changed since some other meeting. Jeff, we do not have that authority, right? I didn't think so. So we can't organize those HOAs. But they have a responsibility to maintain their own roads.
That is correct. And I would point out, Madam Chair, this isn't a surprise to anybody. If I'm buying a lot in Los Sueños, the title insurance commitment that I got from the title insurance company is going to identify the restrictive covenants. I'm going to read the restrictive covenants. It's going to say, oh, my HOA is responsible for maintenance of the private roads, including the part of Los Sueños Trail that goes to my subdivision. Am I willing to do that? I recognize that there's a lot of other cars and a lot of other lots that are served by that portion of the road. And if that's something I'm willing to do, yes, then I'll buy the lot. No, then, maybe buy a lot in Las Campanas where there's a master association. That's every buyer's choice. These things, all of these particular existing obligations are on the plats, and they're within the restrictive covenants, and they'll be within the restrictive covenants of this particular HOA. So there's no surprises. If it's not something you want to buy into, then don't buy the lot. And every individual in Los Sueños, whether they read them or not, the law says you're charged with the knowledge of it because it's a recorded instrument. But presumably, someone who's buying lots in this area would take the time to read the restrictive covenants and understand what they're getting into. That's fair. I stand for any
Thank you.
questions.
I'd like a question from staff. You are recommending this, so you therefore believe that they have fulfilled all of the obligations of the SLDC, and they are in compliance with everything that is required of them.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the applicant's request for preliminary and final plat subject to all the conditions that staff has recommended. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. I have a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Any more discussion? Okay. Do I need a roll call vote?
No, just a vote,
Okay.
please.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Commissioner Green, are you online? Okay, so it is 3-1. It has been approved, and I thank you for your time. So next, I want to go to matters from the county attorney. Do we need to come back here for any reason, or can we adjourn from matters from?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I don't believe we have any action items out of executive session. So I think what we will do is go ahead and go into executive session if the board chooses to do so, and then we'll not come back in open session.
Okay, can I have a motion, or do you want to?
Yeah, before we get to that, I do have some housekeeping matters. First of all, at its April 11th, 2023 meeting, the Board of County Commissioners went into executive session. At the end of the meeting, it did not reconvene an open meeting. So consequently, the board was unable to include the minutes of the April 11th meeting. The statement required by the Open Meetings Act, which is matters discussed during the closed meeting, were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure. Therefore, we would be seeking a motion to have the minutes of this meeting reflect that the matters discussed during that April 11th meeting executive session were limited to only those specified in the motion for closure.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to move that we go into executive session for the,
No, I think he's got more.
Yes.
I thought you were stopped, I'm so sorry.
This was only for the
My apologies.
So
For the previous
what we need
meeting.
to do is accept the motion to be added to the minutes.
I'm too tired to.
Right?
Chair, I'll make the motion that we accept the statement from Attorney Young that nothing was discussed other than what was on the agenda at the last meeting.
Not ready for
No.
anything.
No?
At least I'm not the only one.
This is, listen to the county attorney
That's
again.
asking way too much at this
So
point.
I'll repeat just briefly that, so what we would be seeking is a motion for the minutes of this meeting that for the April 11th meeting executive session, matters discussed during that closed meeting were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure.
So, April 11th, so.
I move that we adopt
So
that
moved.
motion.
Yes, okay. Can I have a
Second.
second? Okay, a motion by Commissioner Hughes, a second by Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, next.
I knew what was going
No,
on.
we're still at Jeff, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So now on the executive session for tonight. So I would ask that we go into executive session to discuss number one, bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations between the Board of County Commissioners and collective bargaining units is allowed by Section 10-15-1H5. Secondly, threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant is allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 NMSA 1978. And then finally, discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights is allowed by Section 10-15-H8 NMSA 1978. Those specific items include the Arroyo Hondo District Trail easements, discussion of a bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations concerning ASME 1413, NMCPSO-RECC, and NMCPSO-Santa Fe County Deputy Sheriff's Association, as well as breach of settlement agreement and related agreements related to annexation. And finally, the City of Santa Fe versus the County of Santa Fe. And that's a case that apparently is pending in the First Judicial District, although the county has not been yet served with that petition. So those would be the items I would ask for executive session.
Okay, can I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Hamilton and seconded by Commissioner Bustamante.
Now we need a roll call.
Now I need a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, I could help with that.
And it includes adjourning for the evening.
Yes,
Okay,
in the motion, agreed.
you agree to that also? Okay.
All right. Commissioner Camila Bustamante?
I don't know if she heard.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Yes.
And Commissioner Justin Green is no longer available, excused. Okay. And Chair Anna Hansen.
Yes.